Considering the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill is now going to go on to hear from further witnesses this afternoon, take evidence from them. To begin with, got a further declaration of interest, Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make the committee aware that I'm the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Humanists, and that may become relevant because of the evidence they've submitted to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I'm the Vice President of the Local Government Association, but as I won't be making any comments, it may or may not be relevant to the hearings. We're moving on now to our first witnesses and welcome oral evidence from Dame Rachel de Souza, the Children's Commissioner. I begin with asking questions from Neil O'Brien.
Thank you for coming and welcome this afternoon. I wanted to first ask you about your view on the second half of this bill, the school section. Now, we've heard quite a lot of criticism of it from both the Confederation of School Trusts and some of our leading trusts, and indeed a couple of Labour MPs as well. I wanted to know your view on the schools, not the wellbeing part, but the schools part of this bill.
Okay, so I'm the Children's Commissioner. I've been the Children's Commissioner since 2021. Before that, I was a school leader for 20 years in the most disadvantaged areas. So I was very interested. I'm really pleased to see a Children's and Wellbeing Bill. It's great that we're getting some legislation on that. And I was well consulted around the first part of the bill, the wellbeing part of the bill. I was able to take children's voice through to it. I worked closely with the Department for Education and others to make sure that it was honed and refined and really, really good, and with some bits of the schools bits. But I don't think anybody got to see the schools bit until it was published. So really what I feel on the schools bit more than anything is that we have a period of time now where we need to see a vision for a new, and vibrant and transformative school system, how it's going to work locally with its local authorities to do the best for children, particularly for me, the most vulnerable children. So I do have a number of questions and outstanding questions around it.
And what do you think of the academy, the curtailment of kind of academy freedoms in the bill? You have now seen it, it has now been published, albeit you weren't talked to before, and also the moves to kind of scale back the academy programme, the end of the academy order, LA setting up new schools. What, do you think that's the right direction that you'd want to go in if you were doing this?
Look, I need the school system to be as ambitious for children, as Children's Commissioner, I represent children, as ambitious for children as they are for themselves. Now, I almost had hoped we'd get to a point where we weren't talking about old binaries, academies or council schools. We were talking about schools, families of schools, and building up our local authorities so everyone can play their part in the post-lockdown period to support standards. I have two issues around that academy section. I think one is I cannot let children remain in failing schools. Mm-hmm. So I need to know if that was what was going to happen? How were we going to ensure that those children, and childhood lasts a very short time, so if a child is in a failing school, how would those schools be improved quickly and immediately and effectively? And secondly, my question would be, I have not seen published alongside, so as well as seeing a real vision, and I know it's there, a real vision for the school system, I'd also like to see the data and prediction, that what will happen to attainment data, under what's envisaged for replacing that, to make sure that actually no child, particularly the most vulnerable, are disadvantaged. My first school as a head teacher was in 2006. It was a Tony Blair sponsored academy. I was his number 67. It was a school that had been failing for 20 years. I got it to outstanding with the support of everyone around me, and it has never gone back to less than good. Any new system has to deliver for the most vulnerable as well as that.
Do you have any... the member for Mitcham and Morden has raised some concerns out of the Confederation of School Trusts about the end of the Academy's order and the fact that because it's no longer automatic, there will be, once again, as they were before that, prospect for legal action, lots of community campaigns against these things, and potentially quite long delays. And she said during the second reading debate that children in those schools don't have time to wait. Do you agree with that?
So I think, Neil, what you've given is actually quite a thoughtful comment that people new to education might not quite get, is that part of probably the main reason for those academy orders was about trying to expedite improvement quickly against a backlash. Now, wouldn't it be great if we could get everyone on side to be able to act really quickly to improve schools that need improving together? So again, I'm not going to get hung up on a little bit, a pericope and a thing. I'm not going to get hung up on this bit. What I want to see is, what's the vision for how we're going to work together with the best knowledge that we've got about school improvement and also with a sense of absolute urgency about making sure no child, because childhood lasts for such a short time, is sitting in a failing school. What makes a great school? Whatever background, whatever you're from, whether you're from the academy sector, whether you're from local authority sector, the evidence is clear. Great head teacher, great teachers allowed to do their jobs with support around from a family of schools, whatever that family of schools is. That's what we need.
Okay, thank you. Right, Minister Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Chair, and Dave Rachel, thanks for giving evidence before the committee today. And back to the benefits of the bill. Can you explain what you think the benefits of introducing a single unique identifier will be to safeguarding of all children?
Yeah, and just before I do, what I want to really praise is the children's bit of the bill, really listening to children, because it has tried to do that. On the schools bit, I want it to do that as well. And I would just say, Minister Morgan, since you're asking the question, the first person to speak to my ambassadors was Minister Morgan and actually try to take their views. And I think that's important for all of us. We need to hear from children all the time. Unique identifier, I have been obsessed with that from the second I got into my role. And I think I don't need, well, maybe I do need to spell out why. In my first couple of weeks in role, I went off to visit a VRU, police crime reduction unit in Bedfordshire. And they had a spreadsheet of children that were on nobody's roll. They were not on any GP system. They were not on any school roll. They were known by nobody. We cannot be in this century with the tech capacity that we've got, finding ourselves in that position. Now, I spoke yesterday to Professor Jay. We were discussing terrible abuse of young girls that's been going on and what to do about it. Do you know what she told me? She told me that she was that there was one local area she was working with a massive increase of sexually transmitted diseases of children, of girls at age 13 and 14. And the health authority would not share the data with the police under a completely misguided view about data sharing. So my view is we must invest in a unique identifier. Had Sarah Sharif's social workers had a unique identifier, they would have had the information and the tech to know from other authorities she'd been in that she was a child known to social services. The school would have known. And from the child's perspective, children think we already know, and particularly vulnerable children. They think we already know their stories. They think we, the adults, are already talking to each other. For children, it's just what they think should be. The adults should know who care for them. Now, let me be clear and be under no illusion. The parlous state of data systems means that this will be a huge job. But I am so pleased to see it committed to in this bill. And I, if there is one thing I would like to see before my term ends in the next couple of years, it's this on the way, because I think it will underpin so many things that we want in education, in child protection, and in gluing the systems together and in the multi-agency work. So absolutely we need it.
Thank you. The Dem spokesman, Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dame Rachel. You said that you are meant to be the voice of children, and I know you've made it your mission through your various reports and surveys to make sure that you're amplifying the voices of children. To what extent do you think their priorities and concerns are reflected in this bill, and what more could we be doing to reflect those?
So I think the bill, I think on the kind of wellbeing side, with wellbeing side, the children's social care side, I can absolutely assure you that vulnerable children's voices have been taken through. Okay. So on deprivation of liberty orders, I did research with children deprived of their liberty, took their voices through, and on many of the kind of multi-agency points and lots of things here, their voices have gone through. I think we have an opportunity on the school side to take children's voices through, but I don't think it has been done. I have had 1 million responses from school-age children about what they want from their schools. And the top things that they tell me that they want are to study and a curriculum that they're really interested in and motivated by. They know they have to do the core, but they want all those things they're really interested by in there. They want proper mental health support. Yeah. There's been a tsunami of mental health concerns since lockdown, and that's why we need our LAs and CAMs and everyone working together. SEND. The cri de coeur from children is, I want to succeed, I'll roll my sleeves up and work hard, but I need the support. I need the children who, with special educational needs, who feel their needs are met in school, have told me, and that's I did a snapshot of 95,000 of them, have told me that they are happier in their schools than the whole rest of the cohort. But the ones who think their needs are not being met are unhappy. They also want to know about adult life, deep concerns about wanting better relationships and sex education that's relevant, that teaches them how to be better adults, to know about the workplace. They are incredibly teleological. I would have loved if they'd all wanted to learn Dickens, but no. They want to know how to get great jobs and what to do, and they're very, very ambitious. And again, my what I'd say to the committee, and I mean, Damien Hines did this, saw a group of students with me to discuss what they wanted from the curriculum, for example. We need to do more of that. We need to get their voices. We've got a period of time now where we can get their voices and concerns through, and we should do it.
Thank you. Coming back to child protection, you mentioned Professor J. I also met her last week. I mean, the unique identifier will help with the data sharing if we can get the systems right.
Yeah.
But she also felt that a child protection agency that had national standards for lots of bodies and made sure that children didn't fall through the gaps was really important, that this bill doesn't include that. Would you support such a measure?
So what I said to her yesterday was stop calling it like a health and safety executive and start calling it like a national crime agency. If you're going to do it, and I think there's a debate to be had, the reason we're doing it is because, look, my job came in 20 years ago when Victoria Climbié was brutally murdered by those who should have loved her most. Nobody murdered her but them, but the agencies around her didn't talk. Every time a child dies, we give exactly the same set of recommendations. Better multi-agency working, better join up, and yet you find yourself, Lavinia Hughes, Sarah Sharif, time and time again, saying the same things. I think the positive in that idea is about some way of making sure that social care and the other agencies really work together. Now, I think unique identifier is building the architecture to do it, and I think it's either something like that or we need our agencies to be working far more closely around children and make multi-agency a reality, because I can't tell you, I read every single report of a child who's killed and killed mainly in the home, all the horrific things we're reading about girls at the moment, in the so-called grooming gangs. And, what we know is that the multi-agency piece isn't working. So I think her idea should be considered. I think it would need to have teeth, but I'm also open to other ways of doing that.
Thank you.
Several members want to be called. I can't call everybody.
I'll try to be brief.
I don't call you on this session. I'll call you in a future session. Amanda Martyn, can we have questions to the point, please, so we can get on with it? Thank you.
I'm sorry if this is a blunt question, but in an article in 2022, in 18th of April, you wrote an opinion piece for The Telegraph alongside Nadine Dorris, who was then Cultural Secretary. And in it, you said that the Conservative manifesto was our manifesto. And I guess from my point of view, it's like, are you here giving evidence today of your personal opinion and your role of that, given the fact that the 2019 manifesto was one you called ours?
Okay, I mean, I really don't remember that word, but what I would say is that article I did with Nadine Dorris was because I was absolutely desperate that the online safety bill got through. And I spoke to Lucy Powell and I spoke to Bridget about it, that I felt that there were forces in the government at the time that were trying not to let that go through because of freedom of speech issues. So I knew NSPCC was working with Labour, and I stuck my neck out there in that article to try to convince everybody that the online safety bill should go through. I am totally independent. I don't think any government I've worked with or any person I've worked with thinks otherwise. And I've always tried to, I think I would challenge you to find anywhere, a word in an article. I think you'll find I've been strong and robust on online safety. Sometimes I use our when I'm talking about the school system, when I'm talking about children, when I'm talking about the country and the government. And if I've used it inappropriately, I'm sorry.
So in answer to my question, you're giving evidence as the Commissioner?
Sorry?
In answer to my question, you're giving evidence as the Commissioner?
Always.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't come to Parliament and do anything else.
Damien Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Betts. Dame Rachel, can you talk a little bit about the Children Not in School register and what you think what is the sort of irreducible core of what we need to know, what information should be gathered in those cases?
Okay, so I think look, we have always been worried. I think successive governments have looked at, have felt that maybe there was a need, and there have been. I think you, Damien, did the first consultation on this a long while back. And there's been a debate going on about whether we should have a Children Not in School register. I am delighted to see it in this bill. The number of children missing from education is getting worse. We know post-lockdown there was a massive rise in children persistently absent, severely absent, massive number of children missing from education. I've made it my business to look into who those children are. I did that in 2021. And we have 3 pots of children, mainly children with special educational needs who went off in 2019 and just haven't come back, children with mental health anxiety concerns, and children who really have just gone, who are at risk of CSE. We really need a register. We've got another problem that I've investigated. I looked at last year's roll, compared it with this year's roll, and we found at least 13,000 children that we couldn't account for, plus another 10,000 who'd gone a CME, so they'd gone to be home educated because they didn't feel their needs were being met in school, and they felt that they were driven to that. So we absolutely need a home register.
Right, one final very brief question and hopefully a brief answer as well. Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Chair. The bill seeks to move on from a sort of fixation on structures to get it back to outcomes and well-being, and if I've understood your earlier comments, you welcome that. Do you think the bill sufficiently will achieve breaking that link between a child's background and their future success? Do you believe the measures will move us closer towards that?
Right, I'm delighted in the measures for vulnerable children. I'm hopeful for the measures on the school side. I think we need to see a bit more of a vision before I can answer, what is that system going to look like? And my recommendation would be focusing there on how in local areas we can build up and strengthen our local authorities so that they can be the champions of children, and particularly vulnerable children. They can convene the trusts and the schools, and everyone can work together to share their expertise. If we do that, we've got a great shot at it, and I think it could be really good.
Thank you. Sorry, that's going to bring us to the end of this session. I know there are members who want to get in. I will try and call you on the next session. And we can move on now to our next witness, please. Well, thank you. Now we have witnesses from Ofsted. Could you just begin by introducing yourselves, please? Just say your role within Ofsted.
Yes, hello. I'm Sir Martyn Oliver, His Majesty's Chief Inspector at Ofsted.
My name's Yvette Stanley. I'm Ofsted's National Director for Early Years Regulation and Social Care Inspection and Regulation.
Afternoon, I'm Owston. I'm one of His Majesty's Inspectors and I'm Ofsted's National Director for Education.
Right. Neil O'Brien, Opposition Spokesperson.
Good afternoon and thank you for coming. I have some really short questions. I don't need particularly long answers to them. Have you found evidence that academy schools are not teaching a broad and balanced curriculum? Are you finding lots of academies not doing that?
No,
okay.
we don't find that.
Okay. Is there a major problem with schools employing non-QTS teachers? Are non-QTS teachers not up to scratch, and would you regard it as a red flag if a school was employing non-QTS teachers? Would it make you think we're probably heading towards a bad result here?
We don't actually look at the backgrounds of teachers and check to that level of detail, so I couldn't give you a quantitative answer on that. I do know that increasingly, as schools are finding it difficult to recruit and retain staff, that they are looking at alternative measures, and I think it's massively important that people are qualified to teach children to the highest possible standard in the specialism in which they are delivering.
But would you recognise that sometimes you can bring in someone who might be later in their career, highly specialised, perhaps a great sportsman, perhaps an IT person or a scientist, who, if the head takes the view that they are a good person and would be a good person to teach, perhaps as an alternative to having no teacher, that can be the right decision for a head?
Oh, absolutely. As a previous head teacher, absolutely. Bringing in external expertise to supplement high-quality, qualified teachers is clearly of benefit to children.
Now, this bill removes the academy order. How will the intervention regime work in the future? At the moment, in the Ofsted handbook, it says that if any key judgment is inadequate, a school gets placed in a formal category of concern. How is that going to work in the future? If a school is in the bottom tier of one of your new categories of assessments, what will happen?
Well, the legal powers for Ofsted are that I identify to the Secretary of State a school that is in special measures or requiring significant improvement. That Act from the Education Act 2006 doesn't change. Ofsted will still be under that duty to pass that to the Secretary of State. Very imminently, I'm about to consult on a new framework which will strengthen down and raise standards even further, and I'll be interested to see what the Department of Education will release alongside my consultation on explaining those academy orders further.
So we're still waiting to hear what that intervention regime will look like?
Yes, but I think it is very imminent, and I'm very happy, and I feel that we're going to be holding the system to account to raise standards better than ever before.
We also help with members who wanted to ask a question last time and weren't called, could just indicate they want to ask a question in this session as well. Yes, Katharine.
Is Ofsted pleased to see the measures brought forward in this bill in the round?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We thank you, Minister. We really welcome very much the introduction of this bill, which delivers on some of the really important legislative asks that Ofsted's been calling for a very long period of time, especially for the most vulnerable, to keep them safe and learning. So removing loopholes that enable illegal schools to operate, improving Ofsted's powers to investigate unregistered schools that we suspect may be operating illegally, enabling Ofsted to fine unregistered children's homes for operating unsafe, unregulated accommodation to vulnerable children, introducing a register of children not in school, and I could go on. So we're very happy on large parts of the bill.
Thank you. And you've already set out the impact that the bill will have on Ofsted's powers, and I imagine you spend a large proportion of your time worrying about the most vulnerable children in society. What do you think will be the impact of this bill on those children most in need?
Well, thank you. Our top priority is on the most disadvantaged and vulnerable, and so the ability to look at illegal or unregistered settings, unregistered children's homes and illegal schools is hugely important. Where they're out of line of sight of Ofsted, it causes us great concerns. I do think this bill could go further and also look at unregistered alternative provision, or at some point a future bill should look at that, because all children educated anywhere for the majority of their time should be in sight of the inspector or regulator. But on those parts, I do think we'll see significant issues for addressing the most disadvantaged and vulnerable, especially with part 1 on the children's social care.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next person,
Chair. You talked about welcoming lots
of the additional powers you're being given, and you mentioned AP being an area you'd like it to go further. Is there anywhere else you'd like it to go further? But also importantly, do you feel Ofsted's got the capacity and the capability to deliver on all of this? Because often I hear there are quite a lot of delays with Ofsted when I talk to local government.
Okay, so thank you. So we do think there are great areas where the legislation will help us get it right, but we do think that we can go further. And we think, for example, the feasibility and administrative costs of carrying out searches of illegal schools and the requirement of getting a warrant will be very burdensome for Ofsted, and we will need additional resource to manage that. I think it's massively important we will always use those powers proportionately and with care. But, for example, in a commercial setting, the ability to just have different powers that allow us to search without a warrant would be far more reasonable. Obviously, in a domestic home, I would expect safeguarding measures to be in place and require a warrant, because that's an entirely different, forcing your entry into somebody's private home as opposed to a commercial premises. So I do think there are resources there, but I'm assured that my team, particularly my two policy colleagues here, have been working with the department for quite some time on these asks, and we've been building our measures, and we've been building that into our future spending review commitment as well.
Could I just sort of add to, from the social care perspective, building on what Martyn has just said? I think we would like to go further on the standards for care. National minimum standards are not good enough. The standards should apply based on the vulnerability and risk of children. So it shouldn't be that a disabled child in a residential special school gets a different level of support, and the same sort of safeguards should be in place whether they're in a children's home or a residential special school. We'd like to go further on corporate parenting. I think that's something to be addressed. We would like to look at regional care cooperatives, regional adoption agencies. Those things tend to then fall out of our purview as an inspectorate. So there's a range of really detailed things, but just to echo what Martyn says, we're working very, very active with our DfE policy colleagues as giving our very best advice through the bill process to strengthen these things wherever possible.
Can I ask one more?
Yeah.
I wanted to pick up on Neil's question earlier about this automatic intervention by Ofsted, where, you know, with a failing school, putting an academy order in place. I'm just a bit perplexed by the timing of this bill, although I support the provision that it shouldn't always be automatic. Given that you're only just about to launch a consultation on your framework and perhaps the department around the accountability measures, are we perhaps moving too soon in this bill until we've had the consultation on your new framework?
Well, the consultation will meet the government test and will run for 12 weeks very, very imminently. Okay. And this bill will obviously be passing through the House at that time. I think it will bring it all together in a more joined up system. Okay. The system's been calling for inspection and accountability to be joined up. And I think we're about to deliver that, I hope, in the next few weeks. Of course, the consultation is not a fait accompli. I'll be really interested to receive feedback from everyone, and we'll respond to that at the end and see where it takes us. But I hope that at the end it will be a better system for vulnerable and disadvantaged children alongside all children on keeping them safe and well educated.
Okay, Matt Bishop.
So Martyn, you mentioned earlier in relation to Neil's question about staff, not necessarily for QTS, can be a great supplement. I agree that they can be, but can you just clarify that word supplement is a supplement and not as the main teacher for the whole of the academic year on year?
Well, it would again depend. I would expect to see a school where it's decided, I don't know, in the past I've brought professional sports people in to teach alongside PE teachers, and they've run sessions, for example, because I was in Wakefield, it was rugby league. So I had rugby league professionals working with, I ran about a quarter of the schools of Wakefield at one point. So I had a tremendous amount of help from the local rugby teams. But that was alongside qualified teachers in which they were carrying out that work. And that was important to me because those qualified teachers could meet the risk assessment regarding the actual activity of teaching children rugby league. And so having that specialism is key. There is a reason why you train to be a teacher, and it's a profession.
And just to clarify, that's alongside fully qualified
alongside
teachers, not instead of.
Ideally alongside. If you do it instead of, I personally would never have done that as a first choice. That would have been as a deficit decision based on my ability to recruit and retain staff.
Thank you.
Patrick Spencer.
And that's an interesting point, Martyn. I mean, you had the freedom to hire a teacher when you saw fit. We've just heard that the government intends for this bill to be predominantly about setting standards and improving standards in our school system, but it does curtail certain freedoms for schools. Can you give us any thoughts you have on those freedoms that are being curtailed within this bill? And maybe speak to a moment about the kind of things that you, in your role at Ofsted, tend to see in schools that are turning around. What are the components that are necessary and common when you see a school improve?
We'll answer this one together. The components we see are the ones that we set out in the Ofsted framework and the one that I'm about to consult on. The quality of leadership and governance, those running the organisations, is always number one, and then very quickly it's the quality of the curriculum, the ability of teachers to deliver that curriculum, and of course the outcomes that children receive, and then everything else, behaviour, attendance, personal development, well-being. All of these things then form part of our inspection regime, and we test and check all of those out.
And I would say, in terms of my 13 years as one of His Majesty's inspectors, I've always observed in schools that there is a mix of colleagues who are delivering the curriculum, and the absolute beauty and purpose of inspection is to get underneath on the ground what difference, whatever qualification or no qualification you might have, the difference you're making to the children in front of you, and asking leaders the questions about why they've decided to do what they have in the context in which they're working. And ultimately, we report on whether whatever decision a leader has made, it is ultimately having the intent and making the difference that whatever background a child comes from, it's allowing them to succeed.
Yeah. Okay. Katharine Atkinson.
May Chair. We heard from the Children's Commissioner that the number of children missing from education and at risk of child sexual exploitation has been getting worse. I'd be interested in your views as to why that has been getting worse.
Yeah, so thank you. So we see quite a number of issues, and I spoke recently in my annual review that I issued to Parliament, delayed in Parliament in December, about homeschooling, flexi-schooling, and to be clear, very many children are very well flexi-schooled and homeschooled, but I'm very concerned about those where they're withdrawn from the schools register for all the wrong reasons. And Dame Rachel just recently mentioned about the very sad case of Sarah Sharif. And so the fact that a school is recommending that a child be placed in front of the local authority designated officer, the child protection team, then it should just clearly not be possible for a parent to withdraw that child then from that oversight of the professionals and place them in home education. So I think the ability to have a register of children not in education is massively important, A, for keeping that individual safe, but it will also have a significant benefit to Ofsted because it will allow us, because within the bill there are sharing powers between the DfE and local authority and Ofsted, that will allow us to then investigate for unregistered and illegal schools. We'll be able to better determine where these might be taking place, and that will be hugely beneficial for keeping children safer.
If I can, you mentioned, you were talking about broad and balanced, but 47% drop in art subjects that we've seen at GCSE. Do you feel that more needs to be done to ensure that we have an even broader range of subjects that can be enjoyed?
Well, as a qualified teacher of fine art, absolutely.
Very pleased to hear it.
Sorry, is that?
Yes, thank you.
Damien Hines.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Betts. Sir Martyn, hello, and thank you for being with the committee today. When your HMIs find academies or academy trusts significantly deviating from the national curriculum, why usually? What are the reasons for that, and in what ways do they deviate?
Well, actually, the education inspection framework that we currently used significantly reduced the deviation of academies because it set out the need to carry out a broad and balanced curriculum, which was interesting because it was not what was set out in the articles of the individual academy and those freedoms. So Ofsted's been in tension with those articles for quite some time. I think this bill puts everyone on the same footing, so I think there's good in that. But I would always, as HMCI, previously as the chief executive of one of the largest trusts and the head teacher and teacher for 30 years, I would always want to give head teachers the flexibility to do what is right for their children, as long as it ultimately delivers a broad and balanced education that you would expect all children to receive.
And when they do deviate, why? What tend to be the reasons for deviating?
The most typical reason would be a focus on the core standards of English and mathematics. We would often see that taking place, but I'm afraid in some cases there goes from a deviation to improve their core standards. Some would hothouse and then would do that at the exclusion of the broad and balanced. And so it's important that a head teacher always retains that broad overview of a child to make sure that they get the core standards for their future, but a well-rounded education in total.
And what would be the impact in the framework, in the inspection outcome, if the school was not following a broad and balanced curriculum?
So that would come under currently our quality of education judgment, and that wouldn't be seen as good if we couldn't, through the evidence we collect, determine a broad and balanced curriculum for all children.
But I'm about to consult on a measure which will allow more nuance and better identify that.
Thank you. And just finally, on the different subjects of elective home education, there's quite a lot of detail proposed in this bill about the way that the registered children not in school work in future, including some requirements on registration of providers of education, could be online education or some other form of tutoring or something, to those individuals. Can I just ask how much consultation there has been with Ofsted about the drawing up of those provisions?
I think we've been involved in that for quite some time, even with previous governments, whether it was the online education or all of these aspects. I think all of our intelligence for years has carried forward into this bill.
Lizzie Collins.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to talk about unregulated schools and the register of children not in school. So evidence I've seen outside of this committee has shown that there's serious concerns about poor education in unregulated settings, as well as abuse and neglect. If you have any comments about what the problem is that this bill is trying to solve, I'd like to hear them. Other members of the committee may want to hear them. And I want to know, how will these new powers on unregulated schools allow you to protect children at risk of harm specifically, and is it an improvement on the current powers that you have?
Yes, so to answer the last question first, absolutely, significant improvement on our powers. Just really briefly, since 2016 we've carried out almost 1,400 criminal investigations into almost 1,300 unique unregistered settings. Not all investigations lead to an on-site inspection. We've carried out almost 900 on-site inspections, issued 200 warnings, that meaning just that in over 1/5 of on-site inspections we were able to secure sufficient evidence that a crime was being committed, despite our limited powers at that point and under the current legislation. We've worked with the CPS to successfully prosecute 7 cases, including a total of 21 individual convictions. These powers will significantly improve that ability and the speed. It is very difficult to carry out these investigations. It's incredibly resource reliant and takes a significant amount of time, regularly between 12 24 months, if we can get it to that position. So the changes will help address those loopholes in law, but we do think that there are some areas of improvement to it. As I said earlier, the need to get a warrant in all cases will be incredibly bureaucratic and expensive for Ofsted. Obviously, we'd want to do it with care. We don't want to go breaking into people's homes and inspecting them. But on commercial premises, we do think there is a more proportionate response, which will reduce bureaucracy and reduce cost to Ofsted and allow us to focus on keeping children safe.
Right, very briefly now, sorry, Ellie Chance.
Thank you. On balance, do you welcome the provisions in this bill to ensure that all children are taught the national curriculum?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you welcome the provisions in this bill to ensure that all schools follow the national curriculum, all children are taught?
Obviously, there's a review of what the national curriculum will contain from Professor Becky Francis. We are speaking frequently with that. From an inspector's position, it will always be about how providers are adhering to the legal requirements that are set by government, by Parliament, and obviously we look forward to seeing what this bill produces in terms of how we then interact with it. But in terms of a a broad legal requirement of what all children as a minimum should be able to access, then yes, I would support that statement.
That brings us to the end of this session, and we'll move on to the next panel of witnesses, please. Favourite charity. And again, if members who didn't get in for a question last time want to indicate if they want to come in this time, I'll try and call them. Thank you. Right, thank you for coming as witnesses. We've got witnesses now from a number of children's organisations. Could you just begin by introducing yourselves, please?
Certainly, good afternoon. I'm Lynn Perry, I'm Chief Executive at Barnardo's. I'm here this afternoon representing the Children's Charity Coalition, which includes Barnardo's, the Children's Society, NSPCC, Action for Children and the National Children's Bureau. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Mark Russell, I'm the Chief Executive of the Children's Society.
Good afternoon, I'm Katharine Sachs-Jones, I'm Chief Executive of Become, with a national charity for children in care and young caregivers.
Right. Thank you very much for coming. Over to Neil O'Brien, Opposition Spokesperson.
Thank you, welcome, thank you for coming. Are there any things in this bill that you think that we should amend as it goes through? Are there things that you would like to further improve, or any ways you'd like us to change the bill? I have to just go. Why don't we start with Lynn?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. The Coalition broadly welcomes the potentially transformational proposals that are contained within the bill, including those for a single unique identifier, which is one of the things that the Coalition had been specifically calling for over a period of time. Multiple reviews have found that information sharing between agencies is problematic, and so this is one of the things we think that could really aid child protection, safeguarding and multi-agency working. One of the things that I would say is that to really shift the dial, we need to see further investment in early intervention and early help across our communities, a much greater focus on embedding that consistently and universally. We also need some further clarification on some of the areas that the single unique identifier will need for effective application, I think it's fair to say.
Can you unpack that a little bit?
Yes, certainly. I'll raise the third area and then I'll come back to that if I can. The third area is mechanisms for ensuring that the voices, the wishes, feelings, experiences of children and young people really influence the provisions within this bill, and to put those at the heart of support. So on the single unique identifier, there are some questions that we think are worth some further scrutiny. The first of those is a question of whether or not the single unique identifier would be assigned to all babies, children and young people, and confirmation that that would be for children between the ages of 0 to 18. There's also an opportunity here, we think, to extend the use of the identifier, which is currently in the scope of the bill limited to safeguarding and welfare purposes. A wider emphasis on well-being of children and young people and positive outcomes is one of the things that could be further considered here. As ever, implementation cannot wait, and it would be helpful to have some indicative timescales for when the Secretary of State might introduce regulations for the consistent identifier and how people will be required to use it within their systems. And then finally, acknowledging the need for data protection, there is an opportunity here to make better data-informed decisions in the future about the commissioning and scoping of services that will effectively meet the needs of children and young people and take account of some of their emerging vulnerabilities and risk and need factors.
Okay. Mark, any amendments specifically that you, just getting straight to the point of things you'd like to see?
I associate myself entirely with everything that my colleague has said. A couple of extra points from me. I would want to see included in the bill a measurement of children's well-being. I really welcome the fact that the bill is entitled the Children's Wellbeing Bill. But we have no measurement of children's well-being. We in the Children's Society measure children's well-being, but we're a charity, so we're measuring a sample rather than all children. And I think the bill talks about wanting to be a child-centred government, and I think this would be real data of what real children think about their lives, which would provide huge information for local authorities to ensure that services locally meet the needs of young people. So that's one. The second thing is I really would welcome schools becoming a fourth safeguarding statutory partner. So many of the safeguarding challenges that are identified are first identified by schools. I speak not just as the Chief Executive of Charity, but as a school governor. And the third area I would say is I hugely welcome, obviously, the breakfast clubs and the changes to the rules on school uniform. The Children's Society has campaigned on school uniform for many, many years, and those will help families. I understand why the government have made the breakfast clubs a universal offer, but with limited funds, I would like to see secondary school children included in that, and so therefore it's the breakfast clubs are available to children firstly from families receiving universal credit, because the free school meal allowance hasn't gone up for a very long time, and we think there are around 1 million children in this country living in poverty who aren't eligible for free school meals. And we know that hunger is a huge limiter to what children can do in school and learn. And I think if we can change that, we will absolutely improve the opportunity and well-being of young people.
So I'd like to focus on the provisions around children in care and young care leavers. I think there's some really welcome steps here to better support care leavers. So we know that at the moment, young people leaving the care system face a care cliff where support falls away, often on their 18th birthdays. A huge number go on to face homelessness. 1 in 3 become homeless within 2 years of leaving care. There has been a big increase in statutory homelessness amongst care leavers, a 54% rise in the last 5 years. So there's a real challenge to make sure that we better support those young people leaving the care system. So in that context, the extension of staying close up to the age of 25 and making it a statutory provision is very welcome. However, we think the bill could go further in strengthening the legal entitlement that young people leaving care get, and there are 2 areas in particular. So the first is we're concerned about the test, the assessment of whether a young person's welfare requires staying close support that's on the face of the bill at the moment. We know that where you have those kind of assessments, particularly in a time of scarcity, then that extra support is often rationed and will mean that many young people are not eligible for it or are not assessed as being in need. So we think that needs removing, and instead there should be assumption that a young person leaving care does require some extra support, and the question is what that support looks like. On what that support looks like, we'd like to see the provisions in the bill broadened to allow local authorities to provide other types of support beyond what's on the face of the bill at the moment, which is largely around advice and guidance. We welcome strengthening of the care leavers local offer to include provisions around housing and homelessness. As I said, that's a big issue for young people leaving care. And we also really warmly welcome the recent amendment brought by the government to the bill around homelessness intentionality. So this is removing intentionality from care leavers. We hear from young people who have found themselves made homeless, for example, because they've accepted a place at university in a different part of the country, and they've then been deemed to be intentionally homeless by their home local authority, and so not eligible for further homelessness assistance. We think that needs to change, so it's a welcome step. We think the bill could go further in looking at priority need for young people leaving care. At the moment, that goes up to 21. We think it should go up to the age of 25 in line with other entitlements for young care leavers. And we're disappointed not to see the inclusion of the extension of corporate parenting in the bill, which is something the government has previously committed to. And then briefly on to kind of oversight of the provision of homes for children. I think there's some very welcome measures here which will increase oversight, increase accountability and help with some of those structural challenge. We don't think it goes far enough in addressing the huge issue that there is around sufficiency of placements for children, which is seeing more and more children moved across the country far from their local area, being moved frequently, huge amount of instability. It's a big challenge. We would like to see a requirement for a national strategy that looks at the issue of sufficiency and collects better data, and an annual report to Parliament on progress against that strategy. And finally, just to reinforce the point made by colleagues about young people's voices, that's really important, and it is set out in other pieces of legislation about the importance of considering young people's wishes and feelings, and I think there are a number of areas in the bill which would benefit from the inclusion of that too.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Minister Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being witnesses before the committee today. First question is to Mark and Lynn. You mentioned earlier, Mark, the benefits of breakfast clubs. Say a bit more about what you think the benefits will be for families during a cost of living crisis.
Thank you. I mean, perhaps I should say that we're working with around 75,000 young people around the country, and so many more young people are reporting as being hungry than have been for quite some time. We know that families are under huge strain. We saw in our Good Childhood report this year that 84% of parents were anxious about being able to pay their bills. We also saw in our Good Childhood report that 1 in 3 parents was struggling to pay for a hot meal every single day. And I think what breakfast clubs will do is, because they're provided to all children in the school, will provide a real sense of uniformity and equality and give every child the best possible start to the day. Children who are hungry can't learn and they can't thrive. And I mean, I've got friends who are teachers who are telling me in classrooms around the country that they're seeing children who are hungry and who are living in homes that are cold. So I think anything that we can do to support families is really important. So breakfast clubs I welcome. As I said earlier, I would like to see secondary school children helped as well. And if the pot is limited, I think I would probably step back from universality and provide for those most in need. But also alongside that, I think this needs to link up with the government's child poverty strategy that's coming later this year, which we're very much looking forward to seeing, about how we lift more and more families out of poverty. There are, according to the stats, 4.3 million children in this country in poverty, and those children are not going to get the best start in life. They're not going to be able to thrive in school if they're hungry and can't succeed. So I obviously want to welcome the measures in the bill on that, very much so.
Thank you, Mark. Similar question to you, Lynn, but perhaps around the branded school uniform measures.
Yes, certainly. I'm looking at Mark, sorry, because I know that's been an area of campaigning and influencing for the Children's Society. Perhaps if I touch on the breakfast clubs, without wanting to repeat what Mark has said, we do welcome that. We are concerned about poor health outcomes for children and young people, and health inequalities, particularly for those 4.3 million children and young people who are living in poverty, 1 million of whom are in destitution and their basic needs are not being met. What that means is that in the provision of breakfast clubs, what we would like to see is some real guidance and some monitoring of that guidance in terms of healthy and nutritious food with which children can start their day. We know that they are unable to attain educationally if they are going to school hungry and coming home to cold houses. I want to just touch on child poverty, if I may, because I think there is a need to join this up with the work in the child poverty strategy, and those two things should go hand in hand on parallel lines here. One of the things about school uniform, of course, is the question of affordability for a lot of the families that we work with. We have had families, we ran the attendance mentoring pilot in 7 areas. We have had families who've been unable to get their children to school, not because of school refusal, but because they can't afford the right uniform, they don't have school shoes, transport is an issue. So all of those things I think need to join up in order to get children into school, for them to have a breakfast in school, to be able to learn, but also to destigmatise some of their experiences when they don't have the right school shoes or uniform.
May I add something else?
Please, Mark.
If I may. So we've campaigned on uniform for about 7 years at the Children's Society, and we're very grateful to the previous administration for backing a private member's bill that we were working with an MP on, which brought the non-statutory guidance on school uniform onto a statutory footing. And that was designed to reduce the cost of uniform by providing for consultations with parents, pre-loved items, reducing the number of branded items, and no one sole supplier. What we have seen in our research that we've done since the bill became law is that a significant number of schools around the country have not changed their uniform policies. In our poll that we did last year, 60% of parents believed that their school uniform policy hadn't changed. So I want to welcome the measures in this bill that will tighten that further and reduce the number of branded items. Uniform should not be the thing that breaks the bank for parents. And we know as well that children who are not wearing the correct uniform frequently end up being excluded from school and are then at a higher risk of being exploited by criminal groups.
Really helpful, thank you. Just really briefly, if I may, Katharine, what impact do you think the measures will have on care leavers and the support that they receive?
I mean, I think they're very welcome. We would very warmly welcome the extension of staying close support, because we know too many young people just do not get the support that they need at that point of leaving care. And that can often literally be on their 18th birthday. We regularly hear from young people who are perhaps told 24, 48 hours before their 18th birthday that they'll need to leave on their 18th birthday. And often the planning is poor and the support is inadequate, and sadly many go on to face homelessness. We would like to see the provisions strengthened. Our concern is that at the moment, the assessment made by local authorities, as I say, will enable them to ration support, and actually this should be a provision for all young people leaving care who need it. So that could be a small amendment which would really strengthen the support available to young people and make sure that it's sufficiently different from what's already available and on a statutory footing already.
Right, Lib Dem spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Mark, you pointed out that this is a children's wellbeing bill, but there's not actually much discussion about wellbeing in the bill. You talked about a national wellbeing measurement. Beyond that, and if we had that data, could the bill go further in terms of talking about the provision of services to support children's wellbeing and mental health?
In a word, yes. I think a national wellbeing measurement would be a really good place to start, because it would give us the data of how children's lives really are, and it would put the voice of children themselves at the centre of this. In the meantime, there is the measurement we have. We're part of a coalition of charities, as well as the Children's Charities Coalition, involving pro bono economics. And Lord Gus O'Donnell said that the national measurement is the missing piece in this bill. Obviously, as well, I think what we've been urging as a group of charities as well is a wider improvement of early intervention support for young people around mental health. Young people wait too often until crisis before we intervene. And in the period between when a GP diagnoses a young person need help and when they finally get it, that young person's mental health spirals further out of control. That has an impact on that whole family, is an impact on their ability to attend school and thrive in school. And also, frankly, it means that more young people end up in the children's social care system as well. So I think an investment in early intervention is a long-term investment to improve children's mental health, which, in my view, would create stronger adults as well.
Thank you. And to Katharine, do you think we could go further with this bill in terms of unregistered, unregulated accommodation for young people in care, which has been the topic of many a scandal in recent years?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some really welcome measures in here. And I think kind of increasing Ofsted's powers, increasing oversight, particularly of private providers, is all welcome. I think one of the challenges is the imbalance in the market and the fact that these private providers have so much power because they run over 80% of all children's homes. So there is not anything in here which really increases sufficiency and brings on board more public sector provision and more charity sector provision. And whilst you have that imbalance, some of these challenges will remain. So we think there needs to be more to address sufficiency, and we would like to see a national sufficiency strategy to address that. The provisions as set out also don't cover the providers of supported accommodation. So that is accommodation for 16 and 17-year-olds, children who are still in care, and that can be hostels, that can be B&Bs. So we would like to see these provisions extended to that group as well. The government has previously said that that is something they would consider in time, but we think that this is an opportunity to legislate to include the providers of supported accommodation to children in the same provisions that are set out here, which would increase transparency and scrutiny over that section of children's home provision, supported accommodation provision.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got a number of members who want to get in. If you could direct your question to whoever you think might be most appropriate to answer it, and then if the other members of the panel say they agree, that will move forward. If you don't, of course, you can say you don't. And Tom Hayes.
Thanks. I think the question is to Mark. So before I was elected, for 5 years I ran a service to support survivors of child sexual abuse. So hearing the Children's Commissioner just before you say that every report makes the same set of recommendations, and at the heart of that is better multi-agency working, can you please talk about the ways in which this bill helps to drive that integration at a local level and helps to facilitate that multi-agency working to keep children safe?
Thank you, Tom. I know we've corresponded before about your previous work. Absolutely, yes. I mean, I welcome a huge swathe of what's in this bill on this. There are many of the measures as my colleague has said, we've been campaigning on for many, many years, including the identifier for young people to ensure data is shared. I think as well, the area of homeschooling is really significant. As the Commissioner said earlier, and as Ofsted said earlier, a significant number of young people are homeschooled, and that's really good and beneficial for them. It's also important to say some are homeschooled because of the school unable to meet the special educational needs that those young people have, or they're struggling with their mental health. So I think the measures in here to provide for a register is really important. The local authority consent for young people is really important. But I'd also want to say that we had an independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, which was 7 years long, heard from over 7,000 survivors of abuse, and there is a swathe of recommendations that just haven't been acted on. Now, I know we've heard from the Home Secretary that there is a plan coming on that, which is really welcome, but frankly, time and time again, we read the same recommendations in report after report, and we know that so many young people experience sexual abuse in family settings or in settings where there is an adult that they should be able to trust. And there are clear things we can do to tighten safeguarding and to minimise those risks. This bill makes a step in the right direction. It's also really important for me because it's been quite a while since we've had a piece of legislation that's been entirely focused on children, and that in itself is a welcome thing.
Ellie Jones.
Thank you very much, and I think this question to Lynn. What's your view on the fact that this bill doesn't contain provisions to give children equal protection as for adults from violence?
So we think that this is an opportunity for that to be addressed in legislation. As a charity that works across the devolved nations, we have obviously seen change in other areas, and the defence of reasonable chastisement, we think now is the opportunity for us to address that in legislation and give children equal protection. I also think it's important to note that values and public attitudes and the way in which we frame childhood has changed significantly. So to consider that further would be very welcome.
So you'd like to see the bill amended in that way?
We would.
Keeping children safe, obviously, and safeguarding is a key priority, and it's something that you guys have a lot of expertise in, and many experts have also talked about the widening attainment gap and the rising number of children out of school, most from our most disadvantaged and our most vulnerable. What difference do you think this bill's provisions will make on things like admissions, from local authorities' ability to plan school places, from collaborative working across local authorities and across services to those children, so that they have an appropriate and safe school place? Do you want to start?
I mean, there's a great deal in this bill that will improve safeguarding arrangements for children, which is really important. I would also say that the role of a local authority is critical, and local authorities are under enormous pressure. We work with local authorities right around the country, all of us, and we hear from DCSs and from their teams the sheer pressure. Alongside that, how local authorities commission services for children and young people. I always find it slightly bemusing that local authorities can commission a bin service for 10 years, but can't commission a children's service for 2 years. And I think that wouldn't cost the taxpayer any more money if we were to improve the length of periods at which commissioning was done. It would allow organisations like ours to invest in services, to invest in teams, to build stronger services locally. The environment in which local government finance works doesn't make our lives any easier in supporting children and young people.
I think we have to think about this preschool. Early intervention in early years services, I think, is absolutely critical to ensure school readiness. for children, not just for those children in educational terms, but also for their families, to be able to establish a network of support as a parent or carer, to access universal and targeted provision. To take a whole family approach to that is one of the things that supports children to start well in school. What that does require, of course, is a significant shift in investment. Currently, most of the spending in the children's social care budget is on late interventions and on the children in care population. We need to re-engineer and reset the system so that there is more investment at a much earlier stage. All of that helps with school readiness, it helps with school attendance, it helps with school attainment. And schools, as we know, are at the heart of a lot of that multi-agency working across communities, and really at the heart of the safeguarding system in terms of the opportunity to identify children. So it's important that they have a positive experience of starting school and staying in school. Thank you.
David Hans.
Thank you, Yvette. So we'll come back to breakfast, if I may. I think this is probably first for Mark. So this bill legislates for universal breakfast provision at primary school. It's silent on what happens at secondary school. We don't know what will happen. The government have been asked, including by government-side backbenchers, to extend that to secondary school, and they have made the point, which is not an unreasonable point, that you have to make choices in a resource-constrained world. And their choice is to go universal at primary, but with quite a small per child per day cash allowance. Recognising the resource-constrained world, would you, in the same position, make that choice, or would you say it's better to target by how deprived an area is, not by individual child, but by the area, regardless of the age of the child?
That's a very good question. I understand why the government have taken the decision they have, I really do. And actually, particularly in a school, you don't want, particularly in a primary school, should I say, you want to be as universal as possible.
It would be the whole school.
Okay.
It's the whole school now.
Yes.
School program.
I think if in a limited resource, I would try and probably have targeted it more at those most in need and included secondary school children in that mix as well. But we're talking to the government, and we'll continue to talk to the government about secondary school children. I'm deeply concerned about them as well.
Thank you. And this is probably for Lynn or for Katharine. In terms of support for mental health and trying to address issues as they arise early on rather than becoming a crisis, are you aware of any change in the approach, with the change of government, any change in the approach towards mental health support in schools through mental health support teams for clusters of schools?
I haven't seen any change on the ground yet. We do deliver a number of mental health support teams in schools. We consider them to be an effective way to reach children and young people at an early stage and to intervene before they reach crisis point. There are often relationships of trust.
Yes.
People know their children very well within the school context quite frequently and can manage that supported and enabled engagement with provision in schools. I haven't seen any change that's translated into direct change in practice at this juncture, but we think it's a really important area of work. We actually think there is potential to do more in that space, and to look at what might be described as an MHST plus type model.
Thank you.
Finally, Darren Pappy, which has got about 90 seconds left. So.
Clauses 13 and 14 make provision for the financial oversight of care providers, and Clause 9 looks at better regional arrangements for accommodation. What are your views on how effective that will be in improving provision for the care of children?
I mean, I think these, as I said earlier, I think these are welcome measures. There is very little oversight at the moment of the providers, and so there's a number of measures which will improve that oversight. The missing pieces, if you don't tackle sufficiency, the power imbalance will still sit in the hands of those providers who provide the majority of homes for children. So greater oversight needs to come alongside improving sufficiency, and we think one way to do that is to have a national strategy, and that is something that is missing at the moment, and we think this bill is an opportunity to introduce that.
To what extent does the regional cooperation deal with sufficiency, do you think?
So I think there are benefits to be had in regional commissioning. A concern we would have is that what doesn't then happen is that provision for children is condensed in certain areas of a region, and actually it could mean children still being moved great distances. So we'd like to see a safeguard on the face of the bill around not moving children far from home unless it's in their interest to go alongside the new regional cooperation arrangements.
Thank you.
Okay. I would echo some of what Katharine has said there. I think there has to be a focus on outcomes for children in care, and in particular, for all providers to be able to demonstrate that they're taking the sort of steps that Katharine describes that would lead to better outcomes for children. I think we do need to recognise, of course, that with 80% of existing provision being provided privately, any sudden exit might also cause some challenges for children. So the sufficiency piece is really important, but we need to rebuild what I reluctantly describe as the market to provide care for children in a different way. That will take some time.
I understand now that actually the session should run till 3:15, so it's time for David Baines to come in.
Good afternoon. I wonder if you could just tell us briefly in your own words about the urgency, in your view or otherwise, of this bill and the measures in it. So we know your organisations do, I think we'd all agree, do outstanding, amazing, essential work with vulnerable children and young people up and down the country. In your views, how has the landscape for children changed in the last decade? Have things got better for them? Have things got worse? Is this bill needed? Is it not? Over to you.
I'll start. Thank you for the question. I think we run 800 services as an individual charity, but right across the coalition, I think what we are seeing is an increased level of presenting need. There are a number of factors, I think, that are influencers in that. Of course, COVID, the pandemic, the long shadow of that, and then hard on its heels, a cost of living crisis, which has really impacted a lot of the families that we work with across our charities. What our practitioners also tell us across the charities is that thresholds for services are getting increasingly high. So even within some of our early intervention services, we are working with increased complexity of need. I think that's a really important factor to recognise, because families are under pressure for much longer. That leads to issues which are much more intractable and difficult to address. And so I think that is part and parcel of the picture here that we're seeking to address. What I will say is that I do not think without a significant investment in early intervention and early help we can achieve the radical transformation that this bill aims to achieve. The level of spend, we do a report, and we've been doing a report since 2010, which looks at children's services funding and spend on that, and we are seeing just a tipping point that if we don't invest now in early help, it's going to be very difficult for the pendulum to swing back.
absolutely endorse all of that. The data that we did in that report shows that councils in England spent 12.2 billion on children's services. That's an increase of 600 million on the previous year. But expenditure on early intervention and support for families has halved during that period, and support for later interventions has doubled. So we're spending all the money at the crisis end. So that's the first thing. I would also say that allied to that is that the cost of living crisis has hit families really hard around the country. My colleagues who work directly with children, we're having to buy food for children, we're having to buy shoes for children, we're having to buy duvets for children, beds for children who are struggling really deeply right now. I've always held a quote, this is over my desk at home, by an American writer called Frederick Douglass, who says it's better for society to build stronger children than fix broken adults. And I think he was right. So this bill is, I want to say I welcome this, and I welcome the engagement that we as organisations have had with the government on the content of this bill. Thank you, sir, for having us along to present our voice to this debate as well today. But we need to do much more to give every child in Britain the best possible start in life.
And just to add, I mean, children in the care system are some of the most vulnerable children in our country. We have more children in care than there have been historically, 84,000 in England. The outcomes for them are getting worse on a number of measures, including more children being moved away from their local area, away from their family, away from their brothers and sisters, away from their school, sometimes being moved frequently, just because there are not enough places for them to live closer to home. We're seeing an increase in young people leaving the care system and becoming homeless. So on all these measures, outcomes for children in the care system are getting worse. This is an opportunity to address some of those issues, and we very much welcome some of the provisions in the bill, and there is an opportunity to go further to strengthen it, to really change things for children in the care system.
Thank you to all the witnesses for coming today and give evidence to the committee. We now move on to our next panel.
Thank you.
Move on to representatives from the churches. If you could just begin by introducing yourselves, please.
Thank you. My name is Nigel Genders. I'm the Chief Education Officer for the Church of England, which means that I have the national responsibility for the Church of England's work in education, overseeing 4,700 schools which educate 1 million children.
And I'm Paul Barber. I'm Director of the Catholic Education Service, which is the education agency of the Bishops' Conference of England and Wales, and we provide just over 2,000 schools across England.
First question, Neil O'Brien.
Well, thank you both for coming and welcome. My first question is really to Paul. So the last government had promised to lift the cap on first school admissions and had consulted on doing just that. Is that still something that you would like to see happen and potentially put into this bill?
So the cap is a policy rather than law. We very much would like to see the cap lifted. My understanding is that the current policy is that it applies to free schools, and we would very much like to see that lifted. The consultation took place, and there hasn't as yet been a government response to that.
And do you have a timescale for when the government is going to reply on that consultation?
I don't. That's not in my hands.
Okay, so I just wondered if we might get an answer during the course of the passage of this bill. A question for both of you, really. There was a thought-provoking leader in the TES the other morning talking about the lack of discussion in the bill and more generally on discipline, on which the bill is largely silent, even though it's one of the biggest issues we know affecting teachers. Teacher tap surveys and things like that show that it's a huge issue for teachers and many students as well. I wondered if you had particular thoughts on things you'd like to see in this bill or more broadly on discipline that would improve your ability to run orderly schools, protect teachers. I mean, there's obviously things out there like behaviour hubs, a discipline survey, questions about AP provision, but I'd be interested in your thoughts, both of you, as people who have very deep experience across the whole piece, about what we could be doing further on discipline in this bill and more generally.
I'm happy to start on that. I think that you're right to raise the issue of behaviour, and as we talk to teachers across the country, one of the things that is one of the biggest things that puts people off teaching in terms of the retention and recruitment crisis is that question of behaviour and children's behaviour is a key part of that. I'm not sure there are particular things that you need legislation for in that space, but just giving teachers greater confidence, some of the work that we're doing in teacher training and in leadership training and equipping teachers to be really fantastic teachers are all important tools and things that are available to the system to really prioritise that area. I can't think of anything particularly in the legislative space that would be needed.
Yes, I think that I agree with what Nigel said. It's definitely a factor in recruitment and retention of teachers, and something that we need to give some attention to. Like Nigel, I don't think there's anything specific that's required legislatively. I think what's needed is an overall framework where schools have the flexibility within an overall accountability framework to be able to be flexible, to respond to the needs of their particular pupil populations. And I think our schools have a very good track record of being orderly, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're very popular with parents. But it's about school leaders, professionals, having the ability to do what's best in the interest of their pupils and enable that behaviour to be what it should be in our schools.
Very interesting. There's, one of the major changes in this bill is the extension of the, for the first time, the national curriculum to absolutely all schools, and of course the curriculum at the same time being changed and rewritten. I have a high-level question and a specific one. The high-level one is there's differences about the vision for our schools. One vision would stress the importance of diversity, that there are different ways of educating, that schools can and should do things differently. And I don't know whether you buy into that kind of vision. And a second, more specific thing is whether there's anything you would have concerns about in terms of the curriculum, and particularly thinking of RE and other things like that. Are there ideas that are out there that you would be more concerned if you saw them being forced into all schools?
I think, as previous panels have said, that the slight complexity about the kind of timing of the bill is that there's an intention to bring a national curriculum for everyone. In broad principle, I think that is right. One or two caveats which I'll go on to talk about, but in broad principle that's right, to create that level playing field, a broad and balanced curriculum across the piece for everybody. The complexity is that this legislation is happening at the same time as the curriculum and assessment review, and so our schools have kind of been asked to sign up to a general curriculum for everybody without knowing what that curriculum is likely to be. And our hope is, and certainly the schools that I've spoken to and leaders that I've spoken to, is that the hope through the process of the curriculum review, and certainly in the evidence that we've been given to that, is that we'll end up with a much broader, richer balance of both academic and vocational and technical skills within the curriculum, and something which is really of broad appeal to everybody and is at a high level, under which everybody can kind of find an equal kind of place in that space. But of course we don't know that at the moment.
Yeah, we don't go too far into the curriculum today because it's not really part of the bill. Okay. Right.
I'll try and keep my remarks brief if I may, but just to say we have a very clear understanding of what a curriculum is in a Catholic school, and it's very much a broad, balanced and holistic curriculum in which there aren't silos and curriculum subjects interact with each other, and of course the centrality of RE, which you mentioned. And we're hopeful that the review will provide a framework within which we'll be able to deliver that alongside other views of curricula which are in other schools.
Mr. Katharine McCallum.
And thank you for being here today. What's your assessment generally of the impact of the bill on PACE schools?
Shall I start again? I don't want to keep going first, but I'm very happy to. The sector that is the Church of England's part of the sector is very broad in that of the 4,700 schools that we provide, the vast majority of our secondary schools are already academies. less than half of our primary schools, which is by far the biggest part of that number, are academies. And the way that we would like to see the system develop in terms of what's described in the bill as bringing consistency across the piece, I think is something which, in terms of its impact on our schools, my particular worry, I suppose, will be in the space which is the small rural primary schools. So, sorry to go on about statistics, but of the small primary schools, rural primary schools in the country, that's schools with less than 210 children in, the Church of England provides 65% of those. And the flexibilities that schools have by joining a multi-academy trust to be able to deploy staff effectively across a whole group of schools, to be able to do things in terms of their ability to get schools collaborating and working together is something that we really value. And what we wouldn't like to see is a watering down of those opportunities for that kind of collaboration. We set out in our Vision for Education, a document called Flourishing School System, we set out a vision for widespread collaboration between trusts and academies. The diocesan family of schools is one where that collaboration really happens, and we'd want to ensure that in an attempt to level the playing field in terms of the freedoms that are available to everyone, that it really is a levelling up rather than a levelling down. And I know that the Secretary of State commented in the Select Committee last week, and I know the notes and the comments around this bill talk about those freedoms being available to everybody. But for me, at the moment, the bill doesn't reflect that, and it's not on the face of the bill that this is about a levelling up. And so I would like, in terms of risk to our sector, I would like to see some reassurance on the face of the bill that this is about bringing those freedoms and flexibility for innovation to the whole of our sector, because we're equally spread across academies and maintained schools.
We equally have a large foot in both camps, slightly different in shape. We're involved in all sectors of the school system, but the vast majority of our schools are either maintained schools or academies, and at the moment it's just under half are academies. And because of our academy programs being led by dioceses in a strategic way, we kind of buck the national trend in that the number of our primary schools and secondary schools that are academies is almost identical. I agree with what Nigel said. I think that what we need, this is part of many, a jigsaw of many parts. What we need is an overall narrative into which these reforms and others fit. And it was very good yesterday to be able, with Nigel, to sign the Improving Education Together framework agreement to collaborate with the government in an ever more closer partnership to try and create that narrative. So we're very much looking forward to working together to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Manira Wilson. Thank
you very much, Chair. I want to pick up again on the faith cap issue that Neil O'Brien raised. The 50% faith cap for all new free schools was a policy put in place by the coalition government, and there are concerns that the provisions in this bill to allow other providers to open new schools would mean that faith cap goes on new schools. Nigel, I know you're on record as saying that Church of England schools should be inclusive and serving the whole local community. What do you think would be the impact of losing that faith cap, and should we be putting in an amendment to ensure that cap is in place for all new schools?
I think a couple of things to say on that, if I may. So I think that where this bill particularly makes a kind of statement in terms of legislative change is the ability for any new school not to have to be a free school. And so that opens up the possibility of voluntary aided and voluntary controlled schools as well as community schools and free schools. In each of those cases, you're right, that our priority is serving that local community. And I mean, it's an irony to be having a part of the bill which is all about new schools in a world where actually most of the pressure is on surplus places rather than the look for more places. But in particular areas of the country where there's rapid house growth, population growth and housing growth, and particularly where we're seeking to establish schools in areas of disadvantage and need, we'd be really keen to have every option to open a school, whether it's a free school, a voluntary aided school, a voluntary controlled school. I would be concerned to ensure that local authorities are given the capacity to really manage that process effectively if they're the arbiters of that competition process into the future. But for us, opening a new school, which we do quite regularly because we're passionate about that involvement in the education system, would be with that commitment to providing places for the locality. Now, where schools can make a case, and I'm sure Paul will go on to say, but in other faith communities as well, for a different model, that's for them to make the case on that. Our position is that we're church schools for the whole community, and we would seek to do that under that 50% cap.
The bill as it's drafted, as I understand it, it's removing the academy presumption, so that there has to be an academy. If a local authority runs a competition, that there has to be a preference for academies. What it doesn't, the provision for providers to propose new schools independently of that has always existed, and it currently exists and is not being changed, as I understand it, in the current legislation as drafted. In terms of the provision of new schools, we're in a slightly different position, because we're the largest minority community providing schools for that primarily for that community, but welcoming others. Our schools are, in fact, the most diverse in the country. They're the most diverse ethnically, linguistically, socioeconomically, culturally. They're more diverse than any other type of school. We provide new schools where there's a need for that school, where there's a parental wish for the education that we provide, for a Catholic education. We're very proud of the fact that that demand comes now not just from the Catholic community, but from a much wider range of parents who want what we offer. We would not propose a new school, and we've got decades of track record working with local authorities to work out what is the need for additional places. And admissions is one half of a complex thing, and the other is provision of places. So our diocese work very closely with local authorities to determine what kind of places are needed. That might mean expansion or contraction of existing schools. Sometimes it might mean a new school. If it means a new school, we will only propose a new Catholic school where there are sufficient parents wanting that education to need a new Catholic school. So the last one we opened was in East Anglia in 2022, greatly appreciated by the local community that were clamouring for that school to be opened. So that's our position on the provision of new schools, and we will try and provide new schools whenever parents want the education that we're offering.
Thank you. Just moving to a different topic, I was interested, Nigel, that you said that the Church of England, that 65% of small rural primaries are Church of England schools. Could you elaborate a bit on how the provisions in here for breakfast clubs that will be a universal offering, how those small, whether you feel those small rural primary schools are going to be able to have the capacity to deliver what's laid out in legislation here?
Yeah, I think it's a really important question. So broadly, all of our schools are really supportive of the breakfast club initiative and idea, and think that that's a really helpful thing to be able to provide that offer to children for all the reasons that have already been articulated during the previous panel. You're right that particularly for those small schools, the challenges in a small school in terms of staffing and in terms of managing the site and in terms of providing the breakfast and all of those things, I think will bring particular challenges. So as the funding for the rollout of breakfast clubs is considered, it may be that there needs to be some different models, which mean that the economies of scale that a large trust, serving 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 children can bring, compared to a school which has got 40 or 50 children and one member of staff and probably a site manager, are quite different. And so the ability to be able to provide breakfast for every child in a fair way, I think is something which needs further consideration. I think the legislation's right to endeavour to do that. The detail will be about the funding to make that possible.
Mrs. Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of previous questions and make sure I've got clarity about something that I appreciate is complex. And this is about faith selection. So particularly in relation to clause 51, do you expect the Church of England and the Catholic school, and if you have any information about other faith groups, I welcome it, but I appreciate you don't represent other faith groups. Do you expect yourselves in the short, medium or long term to use the changes brought in clause 51 to open new schools with 100% faith-based selection?
So the clause 51 does not change the parameters within which we can open new schools. That remains as drafted at the moment. The bill leaves that possibility exactly as it is today. So I've outlined my position on when we would seek to open new schools, the idea of opening new schools and creating new places is to satisfy all of the parental demand. So the provision of places and admissions are two things that work together. If there is an area where there are insufficient places in Catholic schools for all of the people who want, all of the families who want to take advantage of that education, obviously the longer term solution is to create more places. But in the shorter term, it's always been part of the system, and in our view very reasonably, that if there are insufficient places, then priority should be given to the community who provided the school in the first place, and then others afterwards. And as I say, that's always been part of the system that we've operated in since the 19th century. Can I just clarify,
that is under certain circumstances, yes, you would like to have schools with 100% faith selection?
It's about what we're talking about is oversubscription criteria, which only kick in when there are insufficient places to satisfy parental demand, and in those cases we would wish to continue to give priority to Catholic families.
And again, I mean, Paul's identified that there's a difference in policy area between the two churches in this space, and my answer is the same as previously, that wouldn't be the case for the Church of England. So we're much more interested in some of the other parts of the previous consultation which haven't come through yet, around special schools and the designation of special schools with religious designation, and the Church of England would love to be able to provide special schools in those circumstances. But in the provision of new schools, whether they be voluntary aided free schools or voluntary controlled, we would not be looking to do 100% now.
Thank you both for your answers.
And just to say, we would also welcome having more. We've already got special schools, but we would like to have more.
Okay, Damien Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Batts. And with your permission, I would like to come back to the curriculum and not going in depth with the curriculum
it's
review.
not within the bill, and we have.
Right, there is a provision in the bill.
As long as you relate directly to the bill.
I promise you.
Right.
And I will stick by my word. It will be relevant to the bill. Because as Nigel, I think, rather charitably said, his schools will be asked to sign up to something without knowing what the something is. I don't think they're going to be asked, Nigel. I think they're going to be told. And you also said, we all hope it will be a broad, by the way, I include myself in this we all hope it will be a broad framework which will allow everybody to do their distinctive thing as they do today. That is a hope, but we don't know. There is a movement, for example, to rebrand religious education as worldviews. Does that make you nervous?
Well, I think the role of religious, this probably is, in danger of getting into the curriculum discussion rather than the...
Well, I'm talking about, so to be specific, to keep us both... To keep us both in order.
Where precisely this relates to the bill?
I will, absolutely. So do you feel any nervousness or any concern about the removal of the safety valve that says that academy schools can deviate from the national curriculum?
Let me answer specifically, if I may then. So all of the discussion around the curriculum and the national curriculum, RE is part of the core curriculum. It's not in the national curriculum at the moment. So levelling the playing field up, or whichever way you want to do it, there is a requirement to teach a breadth of RE within that curriculum just as a kind of core subject, but it's not defined in the national curriculum. We're happy with that position, but either way, I think the important thing is that we enable a broad, rich, holistic curriculum to develop for the reasons actually that Neil mentioned around behaviour as much as anything. But we want children to enjoy coming to school, and the curriculum is a fundamental part to that.
We obviously the maintained schools have to follow the national curriculum, and over half of ours are maintained schools currently. We have a very rich religious education curriculum. We've just recently published a curriculum directory, which I can share with the committee if they're interested, and also our position on RE is well set out in our evidence to the curriculum assessment review, which again we can give copies to the committee if that would be helpful.
Well, I mean, RE isn't the only sensitive subject. Of course, there is also English literature, there's history, there's RSHE. My question was had a religious bent to it, but really it was about taking away that safety valve, if you like, that ability for academy trust to say, well, I'm not going to follow precisely what's been set out.
And I think our point is that we would like to see that flexibility within the national curriculum available to everybody. So I think levelling up, very much in favour of, as long as the curriculum gives the space to be able to do that.
Thank you. On admissions, and we've just been talking a little bit about the admissions arrangements with VA and VC schools, are you concerned, and you've also alluded to the fact that roles are falling in many places initially, mostly in primary, and it will feed through. Are you concerned at all about the more directive nature now, what will be available to councils, and the position that would put your schools, particularly perhaps voluntary aided schools, in? And on the question of new schools, and Paul, as you rightly pointed out, it has always been possible to open a VA school. That's not a very well known fact. There have been some VA schools have opened. Do you think it's more or less likely in the near future with this bill that you'll be able to open more Catholic schools?
I don't think it's any more or less likely from what I can see. It seems to me that in terms of the directive power, my understanding, I may have got this wrong, but my understanding is that the position in VA schools remains the same, and it's actually academies that will have a direction-making power which is similar to that which now already applies to voluntary aided schools. And again...
Forgive me, sorry, Paul, sorry. And I know we're very short of time. I was talking about the council's ability to stop, for example, a popular school expanding, and you both mentioned earlier that you have some really quite popular schools. Now the council, I think, will have much more of a role in perhaps being able to not let that happen.
Yes, that's sorry, I misunderstood. You're talking about the restrictions on schools unilaterally changing their published admission number. And our position on that is that again, it's because of this relationship between admissions and the planning of school places, which has to be planned in some way. And our diocese have a very long track record, decades of working with their local authorities and with the diocese and the Church of England to work out what is required in the future looking forward for places and then planning that. And having some kind of regulation on the published admissions numbers of schools is actually quite helpful in making sure that works smoothly. Because if you plan it and then 3 schools just arbitrarily decide to increase their published admission number, that really does create some real problems locally with place planning.
And we'd agree with that. And I think a further point, not to rehearse all that Paul's just said, but when it comes to resourcing, again, local authorities to be able to carry out their role in the allocation and direction of the schools to take particular pupils, again, we would be really keen to see that done in a way which makes fairness the kind of the arbitrating factor to ensure that there's a real fairness of approach, and the collaboration between maintained and academy, diocese and local authority very much needs to happen, and we'd welcome that.
Okay, thanks. I think Neil Brown wants to come back. Are you okay? Right.
Actually, no, sorry, I did have a very specific question. It's just about,
I should have reminded you.
On small rural primary schools, and as they attempt to deliver breakfast clubs with a potentially very small number of staff. What is your understanding of whether the time spent doing breakfast clubs will count as directed time or not? I don't know if that will count as one of the...
A fairly quick answer, but one of the members can start to ask a
question. Do we know whether that is the case or not at the moment?
Well, I think there's a question of how to make all of that possible within the allotted hours that staff can be directed. I think it needs resourcing. It doesn't have to be teachers who provide those breakfast clubs.
No, but if it is a teacher in your little schools...
Yeah, well, they're going to have to be resourced to do it in other ways to make it possible.
Ian Solomon. And this is the last question.
Thank you. Hopefully a very simple answer from this. Just try and pick through your previous answers on the curriculum, and it does relate to the bill. Just should RE be included in the national curriculum in your view? To both of you.
We're very content with the current position. And if there were proposals to change that, I think we would need to work very carefully with everybody to try and get to a position which retains the necessary safeguards, as we see it, that are contained in the current position.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to witnesses, and we move on to our next panel. I don't know for how long, because we are going to have votes in the chamber at some kind, but at least we can make a start on the next session, please. Yeah, okay. Right, we now move on to representatives from various academies. If you could begin by introducing yourselves, please, that would be really helpful to the committee.
Okay, I'm Luke Sparks. I lead the Dixon's Academies Trust. We run schools, urban complex schools in Leeds, Bradford, Manchester and Liverpool.
Dan Moynihan, CEO for Harris Federation. We run 55 academies in and around London, most of which were previously failing schools.
John Coles, I run United Learning, which is a group of just over 100 schools nationally, again, mostly previously failing schools. Before the 13 years I spent doing that, I spent 15 years in the Department for Education, last 4 on the board.
Thank you all for coming, and first of all, Opposition Spokesperson Neil O'Brien.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. I want to first direct my question to John and Dan. You've both been quite critical of the loss of academy freedoms in this bill. I wonder if I could persuade you to say a bit more about why that matters, why those freedoms matter, what they enable you to do, and whether you accept the reassurances that the government are saying that no, that we misunderstood, that the bill doesn't reduce your freedoms, it just increases other people's freedoms, or whether you think actually it would be helpful to amend the bill further in order to ensure those freedoms. I'll start with John and then go to Dan.
Yeah, so, I mean, my top concern is with pay and conditions freedoms, where, I mean, we take, obviously, schools which have got themselves into serious difficulty and look to turn them round. And if you want to turn around schools which have failed seriously, often generationally, to give children a good standard of education, then clearly you need to attract very good people to come and work in those places, and the quality of a school is never going to exceed the quality of its teachers. And so the things that we do with pay and conditions are designed to make sure that we can attract and retain the very best teachers to do the toughest jobs, which I think is our fundamental role as a trust. So I think we really need those freedoms. They're very important to us. Obviously, this applies in this bill in relation to school teachers' pay and conditions. It also applies in the Employment Rights Bill in relation to the school support staff negotiating body. Those are really fundamentally important to us. I've been hugely encouraged by the Secretary of State's remarks that what she wants is a floor but no ceiling, and you know, that is something that we can absolutely work with. I hope that that is what we see coming through. At this moment, it's not what the bill says, because the bill says that we have to abide by school teachers' paying conditions. So I think there's an ongoing conversation to be had, really, about whether that's where we end up, because I think that isn't quite a floor but no ceiling.
And having looked at that document, it does have a whole bunch of different maximums in it, and it does have quite specific maximums as well as minimums.
Yeah, so the thing about the school teachers' paying conditions document is it's fundamentally a contract. So Section 122 of the Education Act 2002, which happens to be a bill I took through Parliament as bill manager as a civil servant, essentially says that the Secretary of State may by order issue what is commonly known as the pay order, but the pay order includes a lot of conditions. Section 122 of the Act says this applies as if it were a contract. And indeed, if you're a teacher in a maintained school, typically your contract will literally say you are employed under the terms of the School Teachers Paying Conditions Act. So it is your contract. So the School Teachers Paying Conditions document has to act as a contract. It has to be specific. It has to say, a teacher looking it up has to be able to see what are my terms and conditions, have I been treated properly, and so on. So that's how the School Teachers Paying Conditions document needs to work. And so if we have to abide by the School Teachers Paying Conditions document precisely, that's what we'd have to abide by. So I think officials, I speak as an ex-official, I think officials should be asked to look again at whether the bill they've produced for ministers does what ministers want it to do, and whether it actually provides a floor but no ceiling, or whether there's something slightly different which would enact what is ministers' policy.
That's a superbly diplomatic answer, particularly the end of that. I wonder if I could go on to Dan. You've also talked about QTS freedoms and the importance of being able to employ mature people in STEM and the like, and the risk that not having that freedom might put some of them off. I wonder if I could just ask you also about the freedoms on curriculum and things like that, and how those are being used by academies and by trusts at the moment to find solutions that are right for individual situations. And my impression is quite often those freedoms are used to really, really focus on those core subjects in areas of high deprivation, where there is great difficulty, and to have a model that works in those areas. It seems like quite an important for you.
Yeah, I mean, we've taken over failing schools in very disadvantaged places in London, and youngsters in secondary schools we've found in the lower years of secondary have been unable to read and write. And we varied the curriculum in the short term, narrowed the number of subjects in Key Stage 3 in order to maximise the amount of time given for literacy and numeracy, because the children couldn't access the other subjects, they were unable to do so. And of course that's subject to Ofsted. Ofsted come in and inspect and see whether what you're doing is reasonable. That flexibility has allowed us then to widen the curriculum out again later and take those schools on to outstanding status. And we're subject to Ofsted scrutiny. It's not clear to me why we would need to follow the full national curriculum, what advantage that gives when we have to provide all of the nationally recognised qualifications, GCSEs, A-levels, SAT tests, and we're subject to external regulation by Ofsted. Why take away the flexibility to do what's needed locally?
And Luke, you wrote a very interesting piece in TES the other day about the importance of variety and difference between schools, and you work in some exceptionally disadvantaged areas, turning around particularly difficult schools. I saw that you'd use the Academy Freedoms to offer the 9-day fortnight so teachers can have more preparation time, particularly because they're working in quite a demanding environment. How are you using those freedoms, and how useful are those freedoms to you?
Very useful when it comes to conditions. I think, as John was saying, I think the narrative that's coming through around a floor and no ceiling is encouraging. I can see that working for pay. I'm just not sure how that would work for conditions, and that's where my significant concerns are with the bill are around conditions. So, we've done more than most as a trust, I would say, to try and position ourselves as a modern organisation. I think we know that post-millennials are not going to accept the norms that currently exist in our sector. And we've also tried to overcome the rigidity of the job with innovations like the 9-day fortnight, as I just mentioned. And that innovation is actually now starting to diffuse across the sector. And we want to be even bolder. We're really starting to think about how we can totally reimagine the school workforce. And that's because most complex schools, the kind of schools that we lead, have become, in many ways, the fourth emergency service, and that's by stealth, not by choice. So we've had to address the scope and intensity of the job. And it's from that position, I wanted to make that position clear, it's from that position and that understanding that we still believe that a rigid set of expectations around conditions will stifle innovation, the kind of innovation that the three of us have led across our trusts. So leaders working in our context, they need the freedom to do things differently. And that, of course, was the point of Labour's academy policy in the first place. And, you know, I will accept that in some instances, it is possible to negotiate around standard conditions, but not everybody can do that. And the innovations that we're leading will not be scalable in our view if we're all forced to align to a set of rigid standards. And I think it's also worth knowing that our most successful schools at Dixon's, the ones that are getting the best results for disadvantaged students nationally, they would have to fundamentally change as schools if they had to align to a set of rigid standards. And that would be bound to impact negatively on outcomes for children, not just academic outcomes. So it would be a significant backward step. And finally, really, it's, I think an interesting point is that our most innovative schools, the ones that are using their freedoms the most, actually have the highest staff engagement scores. So these freedoms actually benefit and are attractive to staff.
And would you say that the bill, broadly speaking, is a move away from, it erodes that kind of freedom and diversity in the system? At the moment, as drafted, I mean, it can change.
Certainly around the areas that I've just described, yeah.
Okay. That's very helpful.
Mr. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming for the committee. I've got two questions, unrelated questions, but keen to hear from all three of you. What assessment have you made on the introduction of children not in school registers and how they will support schools and local authorities to support vulnerable children?
It's an excellent idea. Too many children disappear off roll and aren't monitored sufficiently. And I mean, I would say it probably doesn't go far enough. Any child that leaves the school roll, whether they're at risk or not, we should know why that is and whether the parent is able to make proper provision for them. So it's a really good idea. My concern is that local authorities have the resourcing to be able to make this thing work. Because as we all know, they're under immense pressure. But it's about time we had this, and it's a real move forward. The question is their ability to deliver it.
So, John?
Yeah, I mean, agree with all of that. I think that, look, I'm not sure quite how many Secretaries of State have thought it was a good idea to do this, but it's a lot of Secretaries of State, and they've all backed off it before now. So I think it's good, it's important, and it's brave that this is being done, because whilst I, do support the right of parents to home educate, and I think that's an important freedom in society, I think we can see, and those of us who are working in challenging areas can see that there is a overriding risk, child protection, child safeguarding risk, which has grown, is growing, and does need to be tackled.
And Luke?
Yeah, just echo that. I think the correlation of families who apply for EHE, for example, and the vulnerability of those children is known. So whether it's, in relation to attendance, unsupportive parenting, poor relationships with schools, whatever, challenging EHE is the right thing to do. But as Stan said, it's going to need significant additional resources at the school is to ensure the child is supported to integrate into school in that way.
Thank you. And my second question is in terms of admissions, do you think it's important for all schools at least to cooperate with local authorities on school admissions and place planning? I'll take Sedan first.
It's important for all schools to cooperate. I mean, we know that of the 9 million children in schools, I think only 55 directions were given in 2023 by local authorities. So the key issue for me is it's important that there is cooperation, but there's potentially a conflict of interest if local authorities are opening their own schools and there are very hard to place kids. There's a conflict of interest in where they're allocating those children. So there needs to be clear right of appeal in order to ensure that that conflict can be exposed if necessary.
Luke?
Yeah, it's important for, obviously, academies to work with local authorities. I think we accept that the current arrangements are fractured, but similar to what Sedan said, it's that conflict of interest that we'd be concerned about. And although there is going to be an independent adjudicator, it's whether they're going to be well placed to make those policy and financial decisions, almost becoming a commissioner role, whether that would be the right way or not.
And Sir John?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is yes, I do think it's important. I'd like to see government issue some guidance on how the powers are going to be used and to say to everybody, here are the sort of rules of the game and here's what good practice looks like. Because I think everybody who's worried about, you know, are there conflicts of interest and might there be poor practice? Of course, these are powers which could be abused. My personal concern about that is very low. I don't think they will be abused. But I think it would give everyone a lot of reassurance if, you know, the government, you as ministers, put out some guidance saying, this is how we'd like this to work, these are the criteria, this is what good practice looks like, here's how we want this system to work. I think that would make everybody feel comfortable that things are going to be done fairly.
Could I add a bit on to my previous answer, please? So some of the schools we've taken on have failed because they've admitted large numbers of hard-to-place children. I can think of one borough we operate in where councillors were very open that this was the school that took children that other schools wouldn't take. They said that openly, and the reason they didn't want it to become an academy is because that process would end. The school was seen as a dumping ground. And I think there are schools that get into difficulty and fail because there is a hierarchy perceived locally of schools, and those are the schools that get those children. That's why there needs to be a clear right of appeal to prevent that from happening.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Munira Wilson.
A very simple question, first of all. As senior leaders in the Academy Trust space, were you consulted on the measures in this bill, either formally or informally? No? No. Okay. Some of the data that we've seen around how these freedoms are used across the country shows that actually the vast majority of academies do follow the pay scales and QTS and the national curriculum. So I take on board the concerns that you've raised around pay and conditions, and that's why a number of us are pressing for the pay to, it should be a floor and not a ceiling, and we'll be trying to amend the bill that way. But day to day on the ground, do you think if this legislation goes through as is actually going to make much difference, especially if we put the floor in place?
Well, I suppose on paying, I mean, including paying conditions in that, I mean, it would make a huge difference to us. Yes, these provisions as drafted in relation to paying conditions would make a big difference to us. I mean, it's interesting that you say the data says that not many people are doing it. I don't think there's good data on that question. Okay. I've never seen any good data on that issue. And I would just say that in relation to schools that we take on, and I include maintained schools and academies in that, more schools are deviating from what the rules say than think they are. Okay. It's very common for us to take on schools, both maintained schools and academies actually, which have in small ways usually, but sometimes in slightly bigger ways, adopted slightly different terms and conditions to the ones that the national terms and conditions would say. They've made local agreements without necessarily having themselves identified, oh, we're diverging from national pay and conditions in this respect. So I think there are more examples than people might think of people using some flexibility. So point number one. In relation to the other things, I think as Dan says, there are specific circumstances in which people do vary in relation to the curriculum for specific reasons in specific circumstances and tend to do it for short periods of time. There are specific occasions on which people, use the QTS freedoms, usually for short periods of time, usually whilst people are being trained, sometimes because they couldn't get somebody for the good reasons. So look, I think my top concern and priority fundamentally is pay and conditions, because that's the one that would have a serious impact on us. Yeah.
So just to clarify, the data point was based on the House of Commons library briefing, but I guess DFE stats. DFE data sets. Should we be looking at it the other way, rather than trying to restrict academy freedom? Should we just not be giving these freedoms to all schools, so that we're not differentiating between academy and other types of schools?
I mean, the public purse is going to be hugely constrained, as we all know, for years to come. The base at which we're constraining schools is inadequate, and we're freezing the system where it is now. If we want a world-leading system in the future, given that the resource isn't going to be there to materially change things, one key way to do it is to give schools the freedom that academies have had to transform failing schools in the worst circumstances. Why shouldn't every school have that freedom? It makes sense.
Yeah, and the majority of schools are academy schools, so it makes sense to level up rather than kind of leveling down. On the innovation point, I think there are more that innovate than perhaps we would think. But also, innovation does tend to happen on the edges, and you know, our schools, the most complex schools, are on the edges. The idea is that a few innovate, and then that innovation over time diffuses, and then that becomes the norm. If we don't lose the opportunity for anybody to innovate, then we'll just stagnate.
I mean, I agree with all of that, and yes, I would, if it were me, I would be saying, you know, more freedom, more accountability. The things that make a difference for improving education and public services, not just in this country but internationally, have been giving more responsibility to the people who are accountable for performance. If you are the person who has to achieve results and do the right thing for children, making you the person who's responsible for making the decisions and holding you to account for them is the way to get strong performance. And system-wide, not just in education actually, but in public service reform generally, I think it's a good set of principles, sharp accountability for decision makers to be the people accountable for performance, and that's what drives it. So I would absolutely be making the case, let's free everybody up.
Plus, it's not clear what problem this is solving. I've seen no evidence suggested that academy freedoms are creating an issue anywhere. Why are we doing this?
Okay, thank you. Amanda Martyn.
Thank you. And actually, it's quite good to come in on that point. I'm just going to follow up. Minister Morgan touched on admissions, and I'd like to widen that. So positive and the very best outcomes and the destination of children and young people should be at the heart of every government mission on education, as it should be at any school, trust or local authority. However, concerns really continue to grow about the widening attainment gap of our most vulnerable pupils, and more worrying about parents who felt they have no choice I'm going to say, to remove their children from a school setting. This bill does give provision on admissions and allows local authorities the ability to plan school places. And today we heard from the Church of England, we heard from the Catholic Education Service, how they have always worked with local authorities to ensure fairness in that approach and collaboration of the wider services. So I guess you all have academies across the country, schools across the country. How would you work with local areas where your schools are to ensure that collaboration really does find places for children and reverses that worrying trend that we are still seeing?
Well, the worrying trend being poor attainment for widening gap. Yeah, so look, I suppose everything we do is really addressed to trying to tackle the gap, because we take on schools in areas of severe deprivation, places where schools have failed, places where children are not succeeding. We look to turn those schools around. I guess my starting point for this is that we do already, in the overwhelming majority of cases, work with local authorities on admissions. You know, we do not, as a matter of course, none of our schools change their admission arrangements when they become academies. We stick with the pre-existing admission arrangements unless we're asked by the local authority to do something different, typically. And so that is our sort of fundamental starting point for everything we do. I don't really have concerns about, as I said, I don't have concerns about the provisions around admissions. I think we're basically happy with them if the government issues some guidance on how those are to be used, and I think other people's concerns will go away as well, to be honest. The one thing that I would love to see the government do is really set out its strategy for improvement and how it thinks that things will work and how we'll drive improvement across the system. Because I think part of the response to this bill has been because the government hasn't had a sort of policy document or something ahead of publication, people have read into the bill their concerns and fears and worries, and there hasn't been a sort of clear government narrative about how is this going to drive forward improvement in the school system overall, how are we going to tackle the achievement gaps. And so, we want to work with government, we want to work with local authorities, we do already work with local authorities, we do already work with other trusts and maintain schools. We want to do that. we think we're all on the same team trying to do the right thing for children, and you know, this view that we've got about some provisions in this bill is really just a concern that things that we do which we know are effective we might be prevented from doing in the future, and that's the worry we've got.
In terms of disadvantage gap, I think the biggest thing is, if you remember back to the coalition, they introduced an explicit strategy focusing on disadvantage, and they introduced a pupil premium. It was highly effective for probably 5 years and then withered and disappeared. The government, in my view, needs to have an explicit strategy about tackling disadvantage. Whether that's a pupil premium that's higher, whether it's metrics, but it's not something that we've seen for a long time, and not something particularly we've seen yet in the new government, but it's a door that's wide open. The system wants that. That's the clearest thing, making it a government priority. And the second thing, probably for me, being a bit more controversial, is good schools should reflect their local area.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's the case that that doesn't happen, including for many selective schools. And if we're really going to have a world-class system, that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Luke.
Yeah, I haven't got anything of significance to add. You know, we obviously try to work as close as we can with local authorities. You know, in North Liverpool, for example, we took on a school that was going to close. Had we not taken it on, we'd take on the most challenging schools, and you know, we just tried to do the very best we can for disadvantaged children.
Okay, Patrick Spencer.
Thank you so much. Everyone's sitting on the panel, you spoke about the importance of independence and accountability in driving school improvement, and yet this bill tilts the balance back towards giving responsibility to local authorities and ultimately considered sanctuary buildings the role of school improvement. Does that concern you? Do you think local authorities can do the same job as a multi-academy trust in turning schools around?
That's a very tendentious way of describing the bill, if I may say so. I mean, I'm not sure. I think you'd struggle to substantiate that, honestly, because, I mean, I suppose just to give you my perspective, whatever this bill does, I'm still going to be accountable for running the schools that we're accountable for running. They'll still be in the trust. I'll still be line managing the heads. We'll still be accountable for the performance. We'll still be accountable for teaching and learning. I don't think. Sorry?
This bill will see fewer schools becoming academies going forward.
Not sure.
If it takes away an academisation order, if it takes away the automatic,
well, I suppose just to come back to my previous point, my point would be, I'd like to see what the government's policy is underpinning this. What is the school improvement policy that the government has? Is it the government's policy to do what you've just said? I don't think the bill does that. I think the question is, what is the government's preference? Does the government actually want to see as many or more schools become academies? I don't think we know that, and I don't think that the bill says one way or the other what the answer to that is. I mean, if in due course we'll see a new framework come out from Ofsted, in due course I imagine the government will say how it wants the accountability system to work. When the government says how it wants the accountability system to work and how Ofsted says that it wants the inspection system to work, then we'll see whether there'll be more academies, fewer academies, but I don't think this bill does it one way or the other. And that's why I feel that we want to see what is the overarching strategy of the government in relation to school improvement. And so, look, I don't want this to, I mean, you can see, I don't want this to be political knockabout. I want this to be about children in schools. I want this to be about how are we going to make the school system better. That is the fundamentally important question. It's the only question I care about. How are we going to do better for our children? Yeah. And I don't want to overreach and say that I know what the government's policy is on that, and I don't.
Well, you sat there and given evidence on your interpretation of why you guys have been very successful in turning schools around.
this bill takes away a lot of the freedoms that you've exploited in turning schools around, and it includes a specific order that prevents schools from becoming academies, and it puts the power in the local authority's decision on what to do with it. It's done.
So see, I don't think it does that. I suppose.
Okay. Can we
I suppose what I'm reacting to is that
John
one,
answer
it
the
doesn't
question.
do that.
I think what it does do is there will be fewer academies because by definition if the Secretary of State is making the decision that a school that fails will not automatically become an academy, that must be because the intention is that some failing schools won't become academies, therefore there will be fewer than they would otherwise be. And I think that's a huge mistake because all of our experience is that academy conversions are sometimes very hotly politically contested and opponents are prone to go to judicial review, which can leave children in a situation of failure for months or even more than a year. By using ministerial discretion, the opponents are likely to judicially review those decisions because they'll want to know on what basis that discretion is given. Then the schools that aren't considered to be sufficiently failing to become academies will be subject to the RISE teams, the new RISE teams which are being run from within the DFE. My view is it's much better if you quickly want to improve a school in difficulty to give somebody, such as an academy trust, full power over that school to improve it and to do what's necessary quickly. That must be more effective than a RISE team going in that doesn't have that authority over the governance of the school.
For what it's worth, yes. Okay. Luke Sparks, if you've got anything to add on top of that.
Not a huge amount to add. I mean, I'd just, agree with what colleagues have said. Really, I've already shared my most significant concern is around conditions, teacher conditions. I think the points around capacity within local authorities. I mean, I can only speak in terms of the local authorities that we work with. And I said we try to have really positive relationship with them. They probably wouldn't have the capacity that to do the kind of things you've said around school improvements. Of course, trusts are, we're set up purely for the purpose of running and improving schools. Nothing more or less than that. So we've got that expertise and capacity to do that school improvement work. And I would agree with Sudan that when you're taking, when you're trying to turn around a very challenging school, it's much better when that is within that accountability structure of a trust. You're able to move much quicker. So yeah, I'm interested to see how the RISE teams develop. It seems similar to me to what kind of NLEs were in the past and just didn't always have the teeth really to do what was necessarily needed. So I'll be interested to see how those develop. But for me, the significant concern is around conditions.
Katharine Atkinson.
We heard from the National Association of Head Teachers that they wanted to see more collaboration, and that actually there was some concern expressed that there wasn't enough collaboration happening to date. So I'd be really interested in your views as to how we need to improve that, or whether you would acknowledge that maybe across a lot of different areas that's not happening to date. But I would also like to ask, and I've understood what you've said in relation to narrowing to core, but when we are in a position where currently we've seen a 47% reduction in arts GCSEs, when in a city in Derby where now the only place you can do engineering at high levels is the UTC in the college, I think that there is some concern that actually that narrowing has cut off some opportunities to some of our young people. So I'd be really interested in your views, both in collaboration and also in trying to ensure that we do have a really broad option for all of our children.
Well, in terms of curriculum, we've always tried at Dixon's to give as much breadth as possible. Our curriculum is fairly traditional. It does focus on the EBAC, but that was before even EBAC existed. But we've always specialised in the arts and sports as well. We've got 2 schools that have an arts specialism, so we've always valued those. So I would agree with you that breadth is really important. I think there is a place to have, at a kind of macro level, some kind of framework that's evidence informed around the subjects that should perhaps be taught. But I think we also need that ability to enact the curriculum in a really responsive and flexible way at a local level. So I can see the desire to get that consistency, but there needs to be a consistency without stifling that innovation. But I would support the idea that there needs to be breadth, but we would, you know, and I think we've demonstrated that.
So you're doing something, but actually that's not necessarily happening across
well, I can't speak for
other trusts and other
across the whole
academies.
sector, but certainly I can say what we believe.
I agree with you on breadth. We too emphasise the EBAC. 40% of our kids are pupil premium, another 30% are just about managing. Highly disadvantaged children, we want them though to have history, geography and a modern language to 16, because that gives them access to cultural capital that they're going to need. But that doesn't mean they can't be doing high quality vocational qualifications alongside. And that will need, the only way to kind of engineer that is to broaden the range of qualifications that will count towards measures like Progress 8. That will be the incentive that the system needs. And of course, collaboration is a good thing as long as it's focused on standards and not an alternative or deviation from that. So it's possible to spend a lot of time, talking in talking shops. What we need is collaboration between multi-academy trusts and schools that's about sharing the best practice. That will raise standards.
Yeah, I mean, on collaboration, I think it's always been an issue in the school system that practice just gets trapped within the boundaries of institutions. So 20 odd years ago when I was setting up and running London Challenge, you could walk from one school to another in London, and you'd find outstanding practice in one school, and in the next school they'd have absolutely no idea what was going on just down the road. And then occasionally you'd find a forward-thinking, energetic, effective local authority, as Tower Hamlets did with primary school literacy and numeracy, for example, which had created a really collaborative structure in which great practice was being shared and standards were improving. But if you went to the next borough, they'd not be doing it almost because Tower Hamlets were doing it. So this problem of practice getting trapped within institutions has always been there. Now, and it remains an issue in education, and one of the things that I set up post-department is something called Challenge Partners, which is about sharing practice across the system, trying to use some of the school-to-school collaboration ideas that we had in London Challenge, which is powerful and effective, and where that's working, it's good. The best collaboration, though, in the system at the moment is within academy trusts, because they're under a common governance and people are sharing practice very openly and being... Then the next challenge is, right, how do we share practice beyond the trust and get collaboration working beyond the trust? And we do a lot of work in this, working to support schools which are struggling, sharing leaders and leadership, sharing our subject advisors beyond the trust, working with governors and leaders in other trusts to support, trying to be part of professional development programs for leaders and staff and so on, offering our curriculum resources, our professional development beyond the trust. Of course, the risk is that people think you're doing that for some ulterior motive, or it's predatory, or, so it's a piece of work that's ongoing. I think it always will be ongoing.
I think we're going to have to leave that evidence session there if we could. We've come to the end of our time for it. Thank you all three witnesses for the evidence this afternoon. We now move on to our next panel, but I'm going to have to suspend for 30 seconds because one of the next panel of witnesses is online, and we're going to have to make sure we can get the connection right before we start. We've got three witnesses representing head teachers and trusts. So could I ask, first of all, Jane Wilson online just to introduce herself, and then I'll come to the witness in the room to do the same, please.
Hello, yes. Jane Wilson, Deputy Chief Exec of Northern Education Trust. Our trust is 30 schools, 17 secondary schools, 13 primary schools, working predominantly in the north of England, between Blythe and then as far down as Barnsley.
Okay. Two witnesses here, please, if you could introduce yourselves as well.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Leake. I'm currently the Executive Director of the Suffolk Primary Head Teachers Association. There are 253 primary schools in Suffolk. Just around a third of them are local authority and 2/3 are academies. I'm currently also an interim head teacher in a local authority school. I've been a head teacher in an academy school. I've been a CEO of a trust and worked in inner city London and urban Ipswich and rural Suffolk.
And I'm Leora Credis. Thank you very much for the invitation to give evidence to this committee. I'm the Chief Executive of the Confederation of School Trusts, which is the national organisation and sector body representing school trusts in England. We have around 77% of all academy schools in membership.
Okay, thank you all very much for coming this afternoon. I'll begin by questions from Neil O'Brien, the Opposition Spokesperson.
Thank you all for being here and welcome. My first question is really to Leora. We heard in the last session some concerns about the taking away of academy freedoms on pay, on the curriculum and on QTS. But I noticed in some of the things you've written, you've also raised concerns about two other things. One was Clause 43, which is a sort of general power to direct academies on a range of subjects. And in notes to the bill, it indicates that will be used for some quite not particularly high-level things like school uniform and the like. Do you have concerns that this is a bit untrammelled, this general power at the moment? And might it be sensible to put some amendments around it so that we have some proportionality and we don't have the Secretary of State being sucked constantly into intervening in schools and being pressed to do so by lots of different activists?
Thank you very much for that question. So the first thing I should say is that we really welcome the children's wellbeing part of this bill. There's a lot of good things in this bill, but we do have some concerns, as you say, about the schools part of the bill, including, as you heard from my colleagues, about pay and conditions. We do welcome the Secretary of State's clarification on this in her evidence to the Education Select Committee, and we think now we need to work with the government to make sure that that clarification around direction of travel is reflected in the way that the bill's currently laid. As laid, we don't think that the Secretary of State's intention is properly reflected in the clause that stands at the moment. Speaking to the point about the power to direct, we do have concerns about the power to direct. We think it is too wide at the moment. We accept the policy intention is one of equivalence in relation to maintained schools, but maintained schools are different legal structures from academy trusts, and we don't think that the clauses in the bill as laid really properly reflect that. So it's too broad and it's too wide, and we would like to work with the government to restrict it, to create greater limits on that, and those limits we think should be around statutory duties on academy trusts, statutory guidance, the provisions in the funding agreement, and indeed charity law.
Okay, that's very, very helpful and specific. On another thing that you've raised concerns about, Clause 50, which will give local authorities the ability to challenge a school's PAN, even if they're just keeping it the same. I sort of am sympathetic. I understand what they're trying to do with place planning and so on, but I have concerns about the local authority being both the regulator and the provider of other schools. And I worry about that, particularly in the context of falling school numbers in some areas, which will make these questions quite acute. And I worry about it because of the lack of any kind of guidance or trammelling around that. To say, well, if you've got an outstanding school and you have one that is struggling and may shut, but is not a good school, for example, there's some prioritisation of that, or some rules that say, you mustn't treat academies unfairly compared to your own local authority schools. Do you share any of those concerns, and do you think that there's scope to make some amendments to improve this thing?
So I would start by saying that we really welcome the duty to collaborate at local level. Trusts already work with local authorities. I think you may have heard that from my colleagues in the previous session. We are concerned about some of the potential conflicts of interest. Now, we do say potential conflicts of interest. We do say this in the context, as you point out, of falling primary school roles. We think we would like to work with government to set out a high-level strategic decision-making framework that would mean that at local area, we know our children, we know them really well, and we get our children into the right provision at the right time. That means working together strategically around pupil numbers, around admissions, around falling roles, and around sufficiency of need in a local area. We think that those conflicts of interest can be managed, but they would need to be set out in a very carefully framed decision-making framework so that those conflicts are indeed managed properly.
Yeah. And you said that we accept the current arrangements are fractured, but introducing the schools adjudicator worsens rather than improves this. What do you mean by that?
So we just don't, we're not sure why the government, what the intention is behind the government's need to bring forward that particular clause in the bill that would introduce greater powers for a school adjudicator. And that is one of, I think, the conflicts of interest that we would be alive to if a local authority could bring forward a case to resist an academy trust's pupil admission number. That would be a source of concern for us, which is why we need this high-level decision-making framework.
Thank you, that's very helpful. A question for Rebecca. In Schools Week, you wrote that the Schools Bill working its way through Parliament is not good legislation, and you described it as micromanaging and stifling. And you talked about some of your own experiences as a head teacher. Can you expand a bit on that, about the kind of overall vision and direction of travel here?
Yeah, so I love being a head teacher. I was a head teacher yesterday, doing an assembly. But I've stood in both camps, and I've worked with very rapid turnaround situations with trust.
Order. We have to suspend this. Votes in the chamber. Let's see if we can get back. I think there are going to be 3 votes in 35 minutes. That's at 5:05. If we can aim for that. Thank you.
5
the Minister and the opposition spokespeople. So I think Neil O'Brien was actually asking questions.
I was, and thank you to our witnesses for their patience while we voted. Rebecca, in Schools Week, you wrote that the Schools Bill working its way through Parliament is not good legislation, and you described it as micromanaging and stifling, and you talked about your own experience using some of the school freedoms. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about why you think that is the case and what you think the problem is with the bill.
Yeah, so one of the things about the school sector is it's incredibly complex, and so you have to have really complex solutions for complex systems, if you know anything about systems thinking. And to support such a complex system, there needs to be room for agility. And so really the reason I was writing that, I will talk about my specific experiences as well, but I do know quite a lot about systems theory and governance, and I've written a book on governance and subsidiarity and why it's really important to have flexibility and agility in localities. So that comes from a kind of theoretical knowledge about how to create good systems that meet the needs of very complex things, which is what schools are. And I cannot really impress upon the panel enough how much diversity there is within the school system and how much the need there is for agility. As a head teacher on the front line, I can have my dominoes topple within a term. I lose 2 senior teachers. I'm a small school, and a safeguarding issue happens because something in the locality changes, and I have to suddenly find a pastoral lead because there's more safeguarding issues. I'm trying to, get more engagement with some of the local services that maybe are struggling because they're under capacity, and there's a recruitment crisis. Quite honestly, with teachers, but also with head teachers, hence why I'm an interim head teacher, because we can never actually recruit head teachers because it's such a hard job, because there's so much grit in the system. And so there's just a fundamental need for agility. And so I do have a concern, and my colleagues share that with me. So I speak to head teachers and CEOs all the time within Suffolk. I met with a trust last week, and I spoke to a CEO which has a trust of 12 primary schools yesterday on the phone, and we kind of went over some of the things in here. Is we know that the agility that the Academy's legislation and changes that have brought into the system have really helped us really be very adaptive to certain circumstances. And so anything that then says, well, we're going to go in slightly more of a one-size-fits-all model, bearing in mind also we don't know what that looks like because we've got a national curriculum that hasn't even been written yet. So that's the worry. That's what I mean, is that if we're suddenly all having to comply to something that's more uniform and check, oh no, we can't do that, yes we can do that, no we can't do that, yes we can do that, it's going to actually impede our ability to be really agile around our school communities and our job.
That's very helpful. I mean, you've run both types of school, and you said when you've been running local authority-run schools, you're often told, no, we can't do that, even when they actually solve a problem and benefit our pupils, even though you can see the academy down the road doing exactly that. And what sort of freedoms are the most valuable? What have you found of those academy freedoms that the bill is eroding?
There's a few quite specific things. And some other things that, so I had to step in as an interim head teacher in Ipswich. It was just prior to COVID, and I didn't have an early years lead. We had Ofsted 6 weeks in. We got RI with good for leadership management. Thank you very much. And I didn't have an early years teacher, and I needed to solve it incredibly quickly. And so I liaised with 3 different agencies. I, made contact with various different people. There was somebody that had just been running an outstanding nursery. She wasn't a qualified teacher, but she'd run an outstanding nursery, and she decided to stop running it because it was, work-life balance, and she wanted to maybe work in a school. And so I took her on, and she wasn't qualified, and she was really excellent. And I was able to do that because it was an academy school, and it wasn't an issue. In a maintained school, there's a really very specific need for a qualified teacher to teach in early years, so I wouldn't have been able to take her on. That's just one example. Another example is that maintained schools, I think it's from the 2002 legislation, maintained schools must have a full-time head teacher. They must have a head teacher at all times. In a really small rural school, that's actually financially a real burden. It's one of the reasons why I'm not actually a permanent head teacher. So last year I was an interim head teacher. I came to an agreement with the local authority that I would do it on 4 days a week. They kind of accepted that. It was a bit of a fudge because it's actually non-compliant. And then they said, would you carry on? And I said, no, because I'm not going to be full-time. At the moment, I'm 3 days a week. Again, it's okay because I'm interim. Academies can have great flexibility around leadership arrangements. Yeah.
And so that is a potential problem, you think, for the kind of small rural schools?
It's a real problem for small rural schools, particularly. They actually function really well in little pockets of 2 or 3 schools together, with maybe one executive head dealing with some of the headaches, if you like, because there are headaches, and trying to do some things that are more systematic across the 3 schools. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I've just a quick one for Leora on Academy's freedom over the curriculum, because I know that some trusts, not far away from my constituency, have used these freedoms quite strongly, and they have deliberately focused on the core academics. They don't necessarily even have the facilities in some cases to provide the national curriculum if they're made to do that immediately, because they have focused on getting the core academic stuff for kids in situations of deprivation. Are you aware of there are definitely schools out there and trusts out there that are using those freedoms around the national curriculum, aren't there?
There definitely are trusts that have used their freedoms around the national curriculum. I think I would say it's not unreasonable for a state to want a high-level national curriculum framework. That's not an unreasonable position.
But in adjusting to that, some schools might potentially face quite severe adjustments or even need new capital and facilities and stuff.
So that's exactly right. If where we end up with this legislation is a high-level national curriculum framework, and once again, just as I said on pay and conditions, a kind of a floor but no ceiling. If we ended up there, that protects the right of schools and trusts, and we would say all schools and trusts, to innovate, to be agile, to respond to local context, and to be centres of curriculum excellence. I think you heard Sir John Coles talk about his curriculum. So we want to retain this notion of curriculum flexibility, curriculum freedoms.
So an amendment to that effect would be helpful in terms of preserving those freedoms?
It would be very helpful to have clarity on that position. Obviously, we haven't had the curriculum assessment review report yet. I have absolute confidence that Professor Francis will be eminently sensible. She's a very serious person. She'll follow the evidence. But I think we need to be careful that we're not tying ourselves into high levels of prescription in all parts of this bill, including the national curriculum.
And final quick point. On pay and conditions, you might think that this idea of floor not ceiling is a decent direction of travel, but just to be clear, that is not where the bill is now, and it needs to change. That is my position, I think.
Yes. So again, I would cite the Secretary of State's evidence to the Select Committee, where she made clear that it is also her expectation around curriculum to have that floor and to be able to innovate and have flexibility above that floor.
But what I'm getting at is that we need to change the bill as it is currently drafted by officials in order to achieve those things.
Yes, I would say that was true.
Okay.
Minister Katharine McKinnon.
Thank you both, all 3 of you, sorry. I just want to ask a question about admissions initially, which can go to any of you. Do you think it's important for schools to at least cooperate with local authorities on school admissions and place planning, in your experience?
I can only tell you my experience that there is a lot of collaboration where I work. We have a Suffolk Education Partnership that's made up of local authority representatives, associations and CEOs and head teachers. So from what admissions isn't really my area, to be honest, in this bill, but the experience I have is that there is collaboration. We're always looking to place children, if you like, and make sure that they have somewhere if they're permanently excluded, and there's a real commitment in the sector for that, from the experience that I have where I work.
So you do think it's important?
I do think it's important, yeah.
Jane, did you want to come in?
Yes,
Sorry, I'm just conscious she's on the screen, so it's hard to get in.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. So we work with our local authorities and we follow the local admission arrangements in all our local authorities. We think it's really important, and we obviously want children to get places in school very quickly.
And the authority?
Oh, Minister, I would just say that the duty to cooperate, I think, does that, and we really welcome that duty to cooperate.
Great, thank you. And then this one is probably more for you, Leora, but if other people have comments to make, that's perfectly welcome. Because I understand that very small trusts, many small trusts, do follow the school teacher pay and conditions document without variation. So does that indicate that the current pay and conditions framework is working for those trusts?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a really important one. Our position as the Confederation of School Trusts is that we mustn't just think about the practice as now, but what we want to achieve in the future. So that freedom, that flexibility, that agility that Rebecca talked about is important if we are to ensure that leaders have the flexibility to do what is right in their context to raise standards for children. It is also important in terms of creating a modern workforce. So we know that we've got a recruitment and retention crisis. We know that there's a gap that is growing between teacher pay and graduate pay. And we know that the conditions for teaching are less flexible in some ways than perhaps in other public sector and private sector roles. So I think it is incumbent upon us to think about how attractive teaching is a profession and think in really creative ways about how we can create teaching as an attractive, flexible, brilliant profession which, you know, we bring to it our moral purpose, but we also create the conditions that the workforce of the future would find desirable and attractive.
Thank you. I'm happy unless anyone else has anything to add.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I start with you, Leora? I want to ask you the same question I kicked off with the Academy leaders who came before you. As a membership organisation representing Academy Trust, were you consulted on the provisions in this bill related to academies, either formally or informally?
The conversations that we would be having with any government prior to a policy being announced or a bill being laid are typically conversations that are quite confidential. Okay. I think there's also something about whether what you mean by the term consultation. We did have conversations with the government, and those conversations were constructive, remain constructive, and I would say that CST is committed to continuing to work with government to get this bill to the right place.
On school improvement, I've long called for there not to be an automatic order to become an academy if a school requires improvement. There seems to be a concern, which was brought out through some of the earlier evidence sessions, that this is being done in a bit of a vacuum. So it's all very well saying the Secretary of State may issue that order, but may not. But what might she do instead? Would you like to see more information on that and more consultation on whatever the school improvement framework would look like before we pass that particular provision in this bill?
So I think the answer to that is yes. The government is bringing forward a consultation alongside Ofsted at some point imminently, which might be an opportunity to set some of those accountability arrangements out. But I think I would also say that academy trusts have really proved their mettle here, and you might want to go next to Jane, because the Northern Education Trust is such a strong Northern sponsor trust and has taken schools that have not been good in the history of state education and turned them around and made them into schools that parents and communities can be really proud of. And the school I often cite is North Shore, which really was a struggling school and is now an absolutely brilliant school with high levels of attendance. So I think there's a proven model here, and I would say if Ofsted decides that a school is in special measures, then I think our view is a governance change is in fact necessary. But I do take the policy position that the government has put forward that it needs a range of levers to improve schools. So we're not opposed to the range of levers to improve schools, but I think we would want to acknowledge the fact that the trusts have really excelled in this area and turned around those schools that have been failing for quite a long time.
One more quick specific question. How do you think the curriculum provisions in this bill might impact on university technical colleges, which are by definition much more specialist in their offering?
Okay, so that's a question that we've raised. We do think that we do hope the curriculum assessment review will address that that issue, but it is also for government to address that issue, because the curriculum and assessment review is looking at the high level of curriculum and assessment, whereas obviously it's the government that's laid the legislation. So we have raised that as a specific issue. We've also raised the issue about special schools and what it means for special schools.
Thank you, Mr. Batts. Good afternoon. Laura, how central a role would you say that academy trusts have played in school improvement in this country? Is there any reason to believe that the same results could not have been achieved with just some support to the school as previously structured?
So I am an advocate for academy trusts. The reason I'm an advocate for academy trusts is I think it's the clarity of accountability arrangements, the strong strategic governance, and the powerful, purposeful partnership between schools in a single legal entity. So it is not the case if a school is part of an academy trust and is perhaps not improving, or the quality of education is perhaps not as strong as it could be, if that conversation is had with that school, the school can't walk away. So the accountability, the school improvement, the partnership mindset is kind of hardwired into the trust sector. And I would say that trusts for the last 20 years, spanning all political administrations, have been building their school improvement capacity. Again, if I am able to cite Northern Education Trust, it has an incredibly strong model of school improvement, which is how it has turned around failing schools in the way that it has. So I think the school improvement capacity sits in the trust sector, and that is not to cast aspersions on local authorities. No. I was a director of education in local government for, in fact, most of my professional life, but I think that over time, as local authority settlements have decreased and local authorities have reduced their school improvement capacity, so we've seen the rise of school improvement capacity in the trust sector. That's not true everywhere. Camden Learning, for example, has a very powerful model of school improvement, but I think overall we see that the capacity for school improvement is in the trust sector. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes. And I wanted to turn to Northern, actually, and to James. I mean, one of the things that you are famous for at Northern is your work on attendance. And I just wondered if you might say a word about the role that breakfast clubs play in that, and whether that's restricted only to primary schools.
No, so we have breakfast clubs in our primary and our secondary schools that children can attend. Most of those are free or very, very small charges for that food and the care that those children receive at the time. So it is an offer that we have across the trust.
And what roles?
In terms of attendance, I think it enables children, often from very disadvantaged backgrounds, to have a very settled start to the day and receive that care and attention before the school day starts. So it means that once the school day does start, actually learning can then become the priority. So I think they play a fundamental role in improving attendance in our academies, particularly for those disadvantaged children. And we serve communities of real disadvantage. We have roughly twice as many disadvantaged students as that's seen nationally across our trust.
Thank you. And finally, may I ask, very brief, may I ask Jane and Rebecca what role uniform plays in identity
very brief response
for your school and the sense of belonging? Perhaps just to Rebecca.
Right.
I think that uniform does play a role. I think it's a really useful mechanism actually to improve a school sometimes as well, to sort it out, and I do have some further things to say about uniform if anyone wants to ask me a question about it, if there's time.
And how do you keep it affordable, making sure it's not a barrier?
Yeah, so it's very affordable. School uniform is generally very affordable. You are asking primary school, so we don't have blazers, but certainly it's very affordable. It's never been an issue, and we also give away free uniform. I think that there's problems in the bill with the uniform wording.
Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pick up on the previous point about the curriculum floor. I wonder if the panel would agree that a broad, balanced curriculum, one that's modern, that's engaging, and that is offered regardless of the badge over the school door and the branding, that is available to, those opportunities are available to young people everywhere. Would you consider that a good thing? Or would you consider it, as I think, Rebecca, you've described it, as the bill being a reactive retrograde step?
Yeah, I do believe that a broad entitlement for children is really important. I do agree with that. What I think I'm concerned about is, first of all, we don't know what's going to be in the national curriculum. And the other thing is that sometimes schools need to have a little bit of flexibility to maybe not do a couple of subjects because they're addressing something that's happened within their school community over a couple of years or months or a term. I had a school in South Essex in a trust that I led, and we did need to reduce the curriculum for a little while. It was post-COVID. You may say, well, that was COVID. We don't know what's coming. That was post-COVID, and I needed to work with some people in Key Stage, some children in Key Stage 2, on a slightly narrower curriculum to really help them with their maths and English so that they would then be able to access secondary school. That's what we decided to do, and you know, we needed, and it was a trust school, it was an academy school, so I had that freedom to be able to really address that, and I think that it was a moral duty for me to make sure that they got those core skills so that they would then be able to access a broad and balanced curriculum in the secondary. So I'm just very worried about there being these kind of concrete bricks. If there's permissiveness and agility within it, then that's fine. I do agree with the concept of an entitlement for children to a broad and balanced curriculum, yes.
I mean, I think we'd all recognise that, you know, there are sometimes staffing issues around particular areas and particular sort of curricular areas, but does it not risk becoming, if something gets taken out of the curriculum, particularly at secondary, but sometimes at primary, what that equates to is a freedom to shut off that opportunity for future generations of children, because quite often, I know this having previously taught modern languages, when you lose those stuff, you end up not replacing them and you don't replace it on the curriculum. So is that not a risk?
It is a risk, and basically sometimes schools have to do things that are a bit of an emergency or to handle a crisis situation. We don't have a factory line of ready prepared teachers that are already available. We also have fluctuations in pupil numbers. We have some years we have to put together years 2 and 3. Sometimes we have to put years together 4 and 5, and then the next year we have to put together 2, 3 and 4 because of the pupil numbers. So we just have to have a certain level to be able to work around, and we don't want head teachers to always be worrying at the back of their heads, am I allowed to do this, am I not allowed to do this? There just needs to be that certain level of permissiveness. Yes, we don't want to, I say, my head teacher assembly at the end of year 6 is I want to give all my children a travel card to all zones in London. I don't want to just give them a zone 1 and 2. We all believe that as school leaders, but sometimes we just have to focus on one thing, or we have to do some crisis management. So there has to be some agility within the system. That's it.
Okay, right, thank you. Is it all finished?
Yeah. Don't know if the other members wanted to say anything, but I'm...
Right, okay. Okay, Patrick Spencer.
Could I comment there? Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Right, well, that final comment, then we're going to have to finish. Okay.
Yeah, I think Ofsted have played an important role in that as a serving inspector. Part of the work I do on every inspection is look at whether the curriculum is meeting the needs of the children. So where modifications have been made, that they're appropriate and that the curriculum the children are receiving is of equal quality to that of the national curriculum. So I think Ofsted and the work that they're doing is already enabling that oversight of curriculum entitlement across the country.
Okay, right. Well, thank you for those witnesses, for the evidence you've given. Sorry for the interruption in the middle of it, but we can't help that. So we move on to our next panel now, please. Yeah. Sorry about that. I was trying to express. Right, good afternoon. If I ask our next witness if you could introduce yourself, and then we'll move over to the questions. Thank you.
I'm David Thomas. I'm a former teacher and head teacher. I co-founded Oak National Academy, and I was an advisor in the last government in the department.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Brian.
David, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I wanted to ask you first about the national curriculum and the imposition of that on all academy schools. We've heard about its use as a form of flexibility, that freedom, where schools are being turned around, and they might do something different for a while, or they diverge from the national curriculum. But I know that there are also trusts and school leaders who use it on a long-term basis, that they make a conscious choice to focus, for example, on the core academics in situations often of great difficulty in order to secure what they regard as the most important core things for their students that will enable the maximum number of choices later on. Obviously, you've been a maths teacher, you've been that core discipline. I just wondered what you thought about in an education system where you do have school choice and parents can choose different things that are right for their child, whether you thought it was legitimate for people to have different models, to have that flexibility, and whether it was useful to have that freedom from the national curriculum.
Yeah, I think we need to strike a careful balance, right? I think it's absolutely a central purpose of education to make sure that all children going out into society have some shared knowledge in common to be able to interact as a society and to be able to function in that way. That's very important. It's also important that people running schools get to look at their children, look at the challenges they're facing, have bold and ambitious visions for what they want those children to go on and do and what that community wants for itself, and to be able to be flexible to go on and achieve that. And I think that's why you need a balance of different things. At the moment we have statutory assessments that apply to all schools, whether you're academy or a maintained school. We have Ofsted making sure that you teach a curriculum that is at least as broad and balanced as the national curriculum, so that you can't go and narrow, but you need to be ambitious for your children. And my understanding, and Sir Martyn's evidence earlier, was that system appears to be working for children.
Right, so you don't think that there is a particular problem out there that needs to be solved?
No, there's not one that I can see.
Okay, right. Can I ask you about the very general powers in Clause 43 of this bill, which give the Secretary of State the ability to intervene on a whole range of subjects, really? And in the notes to the bill, it talks about using that to intervene on relatively micro things like school uniform. Do you think that kind of untrammelled power is desirable, or would it be more sensible to amend that to have it slightly more focused, so that it's not something where the Secretary of State gets dragged into attempting to kind of micromanage schools from the centre?
So I think that Section 43 of the bill as drafted, goes beyond the explanatory notes to the bill and what ministers have stated their intention to be. So if the intention of the bill, or if that clause of the bill, is to allow ministers to intervene where an academy trust is breaching a power, but do that in a way that is short of termination, that's a very sensible thing to want to do. I absolutely think the government should be able to do that. If the purpose was to, as it says in the explanatory notes, issue a direction to Academy Trusts to comply with their duty, that feels like perfectly reasonable as a thing to be able to do. The bill as drafted gives the Secretary of State the ability to give the proprietor such directions as the Secretary of State considers appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate for a Secretary of State to be able to give an operational action plan to a school. I think it's perfectly reasonable for a Secretary of State to tell a school they need to follow their duty. And so I think there's just a mismatch between the stated intention and the particular drafting, and I would correct that mismatch.
So an amendment to bring those two things back into line, the stated intent and the actual bill, would be sensible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you a few other issues, potentially on pay, QTS? You as a head teacher have used academy freedoms. You've also worked in a shortage subject, which is a global shortage subject in mathematics. I don't know what you think of the bill more generally, and whether there are things beyond the ones we've talked about already that you would amend, and the general tenor of the bill, which is a sort of taking away academy freedoms, trying to make things more similar. What you think of the direction of travel of it, and what sections of this you would probably amend if you were able to control it yourself.
So on pay and conditions, I think I think I agree with the Secretary of State's stated intention, which is to be able to spread the freedom to innovate, to be able to make teaching a more attractive profession to all schools. I think we are only scratching the surface as a profession of what it means to offer flexible working within education. I don't think anyone has really mastered that. And I think it's a really big challenge. And so we need to be allowing the maximum freedom for people to be able to innovate. And of course, we've just done an experiment in what happens if you tell lots and lots of schools that they don't need to follow the statutory teachers' pay and conditions, which is people only ever exceed it and offer things that are more attractive because you're in, you want the very best teachers in your school. So I think it's essential that we have that freedom. And of course, it is not enough for a government to say that its intention is to grant that in future statutory teachers' pay and conditions document. It needs to be there in legislation for trusts to be able to know that that is going to be the case. That's really important. And it's important for pay and for conditions, because if you want to nail flexibility and offer that for teachers, you need to be able to trade off around conditions to be able to make something more flexible. So I think that's really important, and I would agree with the government's intention, but I don't think that the bill as drafted actually achieves that at the moment.
Yeah. Do you think it would be more attractive, in fact, to extend those freedoms over both pay and conditions to local authority schools?
I think it would absolutely work, as sort of CST have suggested, to say that statutory teachers' pay and conditions should be an advisory thing that schools and trusts need to have due regard of, that you continue with something like the school teachers review body. As it is at the moment, what they are doing is effectively setting a default starting position from which people can innovate out if they want to, rather than capping what people are able to do.
Yeah. Lots of other big challenges in the sector at the moment, be it attendance, discipline, lots of other things. Is there anything else that you would like to either amend that is in the bill, or anything that you think we should be amending in that is not in the bill?
I have concerns about limiting the number of people who are unqualified teacher status and not working towards qualified teacher status.
What's the problem?
I've worked with some fantastic people, generally late career people in shortage subjects, who want to go and give back in the last 5 to 10 years of their career, who frankly wouldn't go through some of the bureaucracy associated with getting the qualified teacher status, but who are absolutely fantastic and who've brought wonderful, wonderful things to a school and to a sector. And I've seen them change children's lives. And I think, we know we've got a flow of 600 people a year coming into the sector like that. If those were 600 maths teachers, that's 100,000 fewer children with a maths teacher if you were to lose that. And I think none of us know actually what we would lose with this, right? But that's a risk that in the current system where we are so short of teachers, it's just a risk that I would choose not to take.
Thank you.
Mr. Katharine McKinnell.
Hi. You've previously written about the value of ensuring teachers can do some of their work from home, and specifically marking and planning. So do you support the government's direction of travel ensuring greater flexibility and flexible working is available to more teachers and more schools?
Yeah, I think I find it very odd how little flexibility lots of teachers are given. As a head teacher, I remember being asked questions by teachers like, am I allowed to leave site to be able to do my marking? And I'm just thinking, why are you asking this of me? You're an adult. So I absolutely agree with that direction of travel. I don't see that direction of travel reflected in the wording of the bill, and so I think there is an exercise to be done to make sure that the direction of travel, which you're stating, and I think is right, actually gets reflected in the bill. Otherwise, the risk is that it doesn't become the actual direction of travel.
And you said some months ago, deciding what to teach is a value judgment. Reasonable people would teach different things because they value them differently. Is that still a view you hold? And therefore, do you also hold that it's not unreasonable to both ensure a common core national curriculum and that curriculum should be periodically updated?
I absolutely still hold that view. I think that, as I said earlier, I think that a core purpose of education is to mean that people have a core body of knowledge that means they can interact with each other. I think that's really, really important. And I think that we should update the curriculum and not hold it set in stone. My concern would be that the legislative framework around the national curriculum does not ensure that the national curriculum is a core high-level framework or a core sort of body of knowledge. It's just defined in legislation as, and I've got it on a piece of paper somewhere in front of me, that the national curriculum is just such programmes of study as a Secretary of State considers appropriate for every subject. We have a convention that national curriculum reviews are done by an independent panel in great detail with great consultation, but that's just a convention. There is no reason that would persist in future, and I would worry about giving any future government, and of course legislation stays on the statute book beyond yours, the ability to set exactly what is taught in every single school in the country, because that goes beyond just the ability to set a high-level framework. So I agree with the intention of what you're setting out there, but there would need to be further changes to legislation to make that actually what has to be the case.
Munira Wilson.
to waive my right so others can come in.
Okay. Amanda Martyn.
Thank you. I've got a question in 2 parts, but before I do that, obviously when we come to this committee we have to make declarations of interest, and can I confirm that you were the Conservative Party candidate for Norwich South in the last election?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I want to come back on 2 points that you made. One is around school teachers' pay and conditions and flexibility around that. So if we were to go back to having a national school teachers' pay and conditions, we've got the document. We all know that those that have worked, that there are personnel documents that will be from local authorities that add to those things, as we have in academies that have added to those. Within that, there is the realm, because we're hearing a lot about restricting pay. There is the realm for recruitment retention points, TLR points. We no longer have performance-related pay because of the things that this government has changed. And also, there's no longer a need to wait to move up the UPS scale. So there are still options at the hands of trusts or local authorities. And also, on the flexibility, it's a 1265 hours. So there isn't a range of flexibility there. So would you agree that there is some flexibility within that? And then my second question is around the QTS element. And would you agree, and I know it's told by me by many parents in my constituency, in fact pupils, they don't see training to be a teacher in a profession as bureaucracy, but actually it's a profession, and would like their children to be taught by not only a qualified teacher, but a specialist qualified teacher. And that this bill doesn't really make a change in allowing people to work towards QTS, but it does put QTS and qualified professionals at the heart of classrooms and the heart of our kids' education.
Yeah, so on the first point first, look, of course there is an amount of flexibility that's available within the system, but we're not talking about just the status quo, right? We're talking about the creation of powers that can be amended in the future. Mm-hmm. And of course, statutory teachers' pay and conditions is set by the Secretary of State, and that could be different next year to what it is this year. And I think we have to ask the question about what powers we want people to have, and rather than just say, whether the status quo happens to be acceptable or not. But of course, even that status quo is limited, and I don't think we know what the right flexibilities are within the system to be able to give people optimal flexible working. I think that is something that we are learning by innovation. There are great innovations, but they're all really quite new, right? People haven't been doing this for a very long time, and so I wouldn't want to cap us at the flexibility we have now. I want us to be ambitious and innovative about the future. And the second point on qualified teacher status, of course, the goal that you want is a subject specialist and a qualified teacher who has got as much experience as possible. That is the gold standard that you want to be shooting towards. The reality on the ground is that is not always the choice that you have in front of you on an interview panel. You might have a subject specialist or a qualified teacher, and you have to make that judgment call. And you're there, you know your timetable as a head teacher, you know which classes you need to be staffed, and you can see those people, you can see them teach some lessons, you're aware of their past experience, you've got to make that judgment call. And ultimately, I think head teachers should be able to make that judgment call, because they're the people who are going to have to manage that person, go and look those parents and those children in the eyes and tell them that they believe they've made the right decision for them.
Thank you.
Right, I think we have to leave that session there. We've now come to the end of the allotted time for witness. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence to the committee today. We'll move on to the next panel, please. Thank you very much for coming. If you could introduce yourself and just say apologies, we're a little bit later starting than we had anticipated because of the delay for voting earlier.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, I'm Kate Anstey. I'm the Head of Education Policy at Child Poverty Action Group.
Neil O'Brien.
Good afternoon and welcome, and thank you for bearing with us as we voted too. During the course of the day, we've been discussing free school meals in secondary schools. Obviously desirable to give lots of people free breakfasts. But there's been a bit of a debate about how to prioritise in a situation of inevitably scarce resources. And we heard from Mark Russell that if given the choice, rather than go for a universal obligation in primary schools, he would have the rollout of breakfast clubs in more secondary schools targeted on schools with high levels of deprivation. And I wondered what you thought about that argument, about whether we should focus first on areas of deprivation, schools of deprivation in secondary, rather than obviously we'd like to have infinite money, but what you thought of that argument that you'd made?
Yeah, so we certainly welcome the introduction of free breakfast clubs in the bill. I think we've seen through our research, we speak to children and families in schools extensively, we carry out extensive analysis. We know that where breakfast clubs are provided freely, they make a huge difference to low-income families, or they make a big difference to lots of children, but low-income families disproportionately. I think the fact that provision is universal is very important, and we know that removes a lot of barriers for parents. We know that where there's any kind of targeted approach, there are kind of issues around stigma. Families are less likely to use provision.
This is universal within the school as well. Everyone's got access to it.
Yes, yeah. So exactly. I know that take-up of breakfast clubs kind of varies, but the fact that it is universally available is very important. I would say that it does feel that secondary school pupils need more attention. I think they're certainly being missed in this bill. There could be more done to support those families. I think there is also the issue in primary schools of how much breakfast clubs can support as a role in terms of childcare, and that's much more needed at primary level. But secondary school pupils certainly need support. They need support in terms of getting to school, and they need food available as well.
Yeah, okay, that's a very interesting point. I wondered if you had a sense yet of what the future was for, what are the current future funding arrangements for breakfast clubs in secondary schools, and indeed HAF, the Holiday Activities and Food Fund, or what is the current status of those as you understand it?
Yeah, so my understanding is that the HAF funding for holiday programmes has been committed to until 2025, sometime this year. So I think there is concerns that holiday programmes, what will happen next with holiday programmes. In terms of funding for breakfast clubs more generally, the National School Breakfast Programme there's been kind of commitment to carry on funding that up until 2026. That supports some secondary schools who kind of meet the criteria. So that is welcome. But I suppose one of our concerns with the work going on around breakfast clubs is that point around funding and the sort of commitment to funding. Yeah. We know that there is funding up until 2026.
For having the certainty. And
the certainty after that. And I think as soon as the cost cannot land on families, we know that that will be a major barrier, but it also can't land on schools. And I think schools need to know that funding, that they can continue that provision.
And is there anything about the interaction of, because there's obviously both groups out there, charities and voluntary groups and various people funding free breakfast at the moment. Yeah. And there's also paid for free breakfast at the moment. So the interaction of the government-funded entitlement for the 30 minutes and those two other things is going to be quite complicated. I don't know if you had thoughts about whether there's anything we need to do in the bill in order to make that work well, to avoid the kind of problems you've been describing. Or more generally, if you have thoughts about what sort of from the experience of all the groups you speak to, what it really costs to deliver this well, what is the kind of unit cost of doing it properly. So I'm interested in both those things.
Yeah, so I think around 75% of schools have some form of breakfast provision already, but as you say,
is that primary or all?
Primary? So there's a higher proportion in primary, but that 75% is across all. And I think, sorry, forgotten the question.
Sorry. I was trying to get at both what the unit costs look like, and also the slightly how we manage the interaction of providing a new free entitlement to 30 minutes together with paid for sessions, which are often longer, and also existing charitably funded things, and whether there's anything in this we need to do to make sure that doesn't get tangled up.
Yeah, so as I say, a large proportion are already running breakfast clubs. That is a real mixture in terms of how that's funded, whether that's through kind of schemes. In primary schools, it's much more likely that parents are paying in some form for that. Again, it's this kind of mixed picture postcode lottery for families. If you're in a more affluent area, you're more likely to have breakfast club provision available to you, more likely to be supported by families. So I think we really welcome is that what this bill is trying to do on breakfast clubs is bring that consistency and make sure that there is access for all families. I think that, yes, there's probably in the early adopter phase, it would be good to understand sort of what schools are doing already and how this can work. But I think having that kind of standardised limit that includes both time and food for families, that should be something that is standardised for everybody, and there might be other things that go around that.
And on the unit costs, I saw in the government document there was an initial grant, a lump sum, but then the sort of unit cost was about 65p a session per child, and that struck me as, I know there was the lump sum as well, but as not a huge amount. I don't know what it really costs to deliver these things in practice in a lot of other places.
Yeah, and I think probably worth speaking to organisations. Magic Breakfast, I'm sure, will be able to speak more to that. I think there is certainly, economies of scale help. You can bring down costs, but I would say, again, our area of expertise is kind of free school meals, and schools are struggling with the funding that they have per price for free school meals, and I would imagine that 65p, I don't know, that might be a struggle for schools, but I think that you'd have to have conversations with maybe some of the providers about that.
That's very helpful, thank you.
Mr. Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Kate, good to see you again. Thanks for giving evidence before the committee. Specific question around school uniform provisions in the bill. Do you think the provisions in the bill on school uniform items for primary schools will support families and children with the cost of living?
Yeah, so we were very pleased to see government taking action on reducing the cost of the school day, and uniforms is a huge pressure for families. We've done some research and looking at kind of the cost of uniform for families. If you're a primary age family, it's £350 at a minimum, and then it goes up to about £450 for secondary families, and that's for one child. Of course, that kind of multiplies if you have more. So part of that includes the fact that schools do sometimes have excessive lists of compulsory branded items. So we are very pleased to see that acknowledgement in the bill and the recognition that needs to be limited. And we do think that will make some difference to families. I think the bill could have gone further. I'm not sure why the difference has been made between secondary and primary, and why, at a minimum, I think that those should be the same. I don't think there should be a discrepancy there. But I would encourage government to sort of consider going further on this and bringing down the branded items as much as possible, because that is one of the things that places pressure on families. In addition to that, I think that it could go further to support families with the cost of uniform. In other UK nations, families get grants and support with school costs. In every other UK nation, England is the only one that is lagging behind in that area, and so we would like to see or for that to be looked at, where lower income families get more support with the cost, because I think it's this sort of two-pronged, schools need to do more, but actually families really do need help to meet some of those costs as well. One more thing on uniform that comes up a lot in our research with children and young people is that children are being isolated or sent home from school because they don't meet requirements around uniform. So DFE data showed that 18% of children in hardship were sent home for not having uniform requirements, and I find this kind of shocking at time when we have an attendance crisis. So I think something needs to be done around the guidance for behaviour in schools to ensure that children are not sanctioned for kind of poverty-related issues or issues relating to uniform. So those are areas I think that the bill could have come further, but we certainly think restricting branded items is a good thing.
Thank you, Kate.
Manira Wilson.
Kate, you touched on the fact that this bill doesn't really address the needs of children at secondary school who might be in poverty. I know the Child Poverty Action Group has long campaigned on expanding eligibility for free school meals. Could you tell us whether you'd like to see the threshold and eligibility across both primary and secondary raised, and also should we be looking at auto-enrolment?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this bill was a real missed opportunity to do more on free school meals. But again, school food comes up in every conversation we have. At the moment, we estimate about 1 in 3 children in poverty do not qualify for free school meals because that threshold is painfully low. It hasn't been updated since 2018. As CPAG, ultimately, we want to see means tested removed from the lunchtime altogether. I don't think we want children to be in school. We want them to be able to learn. They have to be there at lunchtime. There's no reason why we shouldn't feed every child universally and make it part of the school day. But I think there is an absolute urgent need to increase that threshold as much as possible to support more lower-income families.
To what level?
So, as I say, we would like to see universal provision, but I think the fact that currently you can be eligible for universal credit, you can be eligible for kind of state-funded benefits, and yet your child is not able to get that bit of support in terms of a hot meal at lunchtime is completely kind of wrong in my mind. So I think at the very least it should go to all families on universal credit.
And auto-enrolment?
Yeah, on the point of auto-enrolment, I think in terms of the data, around 1 in 10 children currently who are eligible for free school meals are not registered, and that's for a whole host of reasons that includes families not knowing they're entitled, families struggling with the admin. There is a very clear kind of fix to this, in that if DWP and DFE work together to do sort of the right data sharing, then those children can be automatically enrolled. At the moment, local authorities are doing a very brilliant job, lots of them, in terms of kind of putting these opt-out schemes in place, but it is highly onerous, and it's not a perfect system, so they still miss children. So we absolutely would say increasing eligibility of free school meals is a priority, but also making sure everybody that is entitled is getting one. And those children that are currently missing out in terms of the registration piece are some of the poorest. They're missing out on the meal and also the kind of benefits that go alongside that.
And nutritionally, would you say a hot meal at lunchtime is more beneficial than a breakfast, or? So, as I said, in terms of take-up of breakfast clubs, I think it's around 40% or different schemes, whereas when you have a child in school, the vast majority of children are in school for lunchtime. So actually it's more about that ability to be able to give. Children will be there and they will be able to access that hot meal, and you're more likely to feel the benefits, whereas at breakfast club, obviously it depends on whether they take up the offer. Thank you.
Okay. Final question, Tom Hayes.
Thank you. What I say is in reference to you, it's in reference actually to the previous speaker. It's my first time at a committee meeting where there's oral hearings. I'm slightly astonished that we don't have such a declaration that the person had been a parliamentary candidate in the election just gone. And I think that's...
Can we please get on to the questions? Questions on the bill, please. Look, sorry, order. Please, can we get on the question to the witness, please? Thank you.
And I make this point in the context of the Labour peer previously who did disclose her party allegiance.
Order. This is not acceptable to have this backwards and forwards across the committee. Please ask a question of the witness.
Thank you, Chair. So I do want to ask a question of somebody who clearly has very long professional experience. And I want to ask the question about nutrition of food in the free breakfast clubs. So children are significantly experiencing difficulty, whether it be the cost of living crisis, be it the pandemic, be the reduced opportunities for play outdoors and their need for increased screen time. Children are struggling, so they need to make sure that the food that they get from this government is as nutritious as possible. There's clearly a correlation between poor health outcomes and also people's financial hardship. Can you talk about what your expectation would be around some of the improvements in health outcomes for children, particularly from disadvantaged backgrounds, by having access to free breakfast clubs?
I'm just saying it's 1 minute to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so the breakfast clubs, food that's given at breakfast time has to be in line with school food standards. The school food standards certainly kind of need a look at, and more could be done around those. But I think, again, I maybe sort of pivot back to, yes, there's a need to look at what children are getting at breakfast, but there's even more of a need to look at making sure that more children can get access to food at lunchtime. And I think, again, schools themselves will say that there are struggles sometimes in terms of meeting school food standards because of the costs. Schools have faced increased costs of food. They don't want to pass those costs on to families, so there are challenges there. But I think there is a will from schools to try and meet those standards and to give children a complete meal. And that hopefully can happen, yes, at breakfast time and at lunchtime. And it is really fundamental where children are able to have that nutritious hot meal. We know it has really fantastic benefits for the rest of the school day. We recently evaluated the Mayor's policy in London, the universal free school meals policy, and actually, yes, there's the kind of health benefits, but families are also able to, when they have that money saved, they've been spending a lot of food at home. Children are much more likely to be trying new foods when they're around other children, when teachers are there, when they're socialising. So there's kind of multiple health benefits for children eating well at school, and I think it's just about supporting schools to be able to do that.
Right, we now have to move on to the next panel. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence to the committee. Thank you. to the ministers on the bill. Perhaps you could just give us your formal titles. I think we know who you are, but just give your formal titles on the record, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Katharine McKinnell, the Minister for School Standards.
And I'm Stephen Morgan, I'm the Minister for Early Education.
Thank you very much. And Neil O'Brien, all yours.
So we've heard from 4 or 5 different school leaders today alone that they think that the bill needs to be changed to deliver what the government are committed to rhetorically, not just on pay and conditions, but also on the national curriculums. They say, it's nice that it's your intention, that's nice that that's what you say, but they've said very specifically during the course of this day, 4 or 5 really distinguished school leaders, that the bill needs to be amended. Will ministers work with those school leaders to now produce those amendments?
So I just want to say, first of all, the government's mission through this children's wellbeing
Could you
bill,
just answer the question?
Well, I will answer the question.
Can you just, we have limited time. Can we please just answer the question? I've got incredibly limited time.
Right, can we? Right, had a question. Right, please.
Thank you.
Going to answer.
To deliver on the ambition of giving every child a national core of high quality education, whilst allowing schools more flexibility and to innovate beyond it. And we know that excellence and innovation can be found in all school types. So our priority is to create a school system that is rooted in collaboration and partnership, and that we can spread that best practice right throughout our very diverse system, which we heard from the evidence today that has very much been commented on. And that is just the schools part. Obviously, there is a whole other section on children and safeguarding and making sure we bring forward the landmark reforms that we need to see in child safeguarding. In direct answer to your question, the factor in schools and colleges we know that makes the biggest difference to a young person's education is high quality teaching, but there are severe shortages of qualified teachers across the country. We know that they are integral to driving higher rising standards, and they need to have an attractive pay and conditions framework, and that is essential to both recruiting and retaining teachers who are qualified in every classroom. And we know also that academies have made transformational change, and we want them to continue driving those high and rising standards, but for all pupils, especially for disadvantaged pupils. And that's why the Secretary of State, as she set out, we want to create a floor with no ceiling, enabling healthy competition and innovation beyond that core framework to improve all schools, and that's what we intend to deliver. And we have heard the feedback from the sector. I have listened very carefully to the evidence that's been given today, and that what this means, our ambition for teachers' pay and conditions, that it should be clearer. And so in the same way that we have tabled other amendments to the bill to make sure the legislation delivers for our objectives, we're also intending to table an amendment to the teachers' pay and condition clause, and that is entirely in line with the government's approach to providing clarification on the intention of legislation whilst we go through committee stage. And if you'll allow me, Chair, the amendment will do 2 things. It will firstly set a floor on pay that requires all state schools to follow minimum pay bands set out in the school teachers' pay and conditions document. And secondly, it will require academies to have due regard to the rest of the terms and conditions in the school's teacher pay and conditions document. And in doing so, we make clear that we will deliver on our commitment to create a floor with no ceiling, so that good practice and innovation can continue to spread and be used by all state schools to recruit and retain the very best teachers that we need for our children.
So it's still your intention to make all academies comply with the teachers' pay and condition document, despite what Sir John Coles talked about the problems that would create?
So we've been absolutely, as I said, the amendment will require all state schools to follow the minimum pay bands set out in the school teachers' pay and conditions document, and then it will require academies to have due regard to the rest of the terms and conditions in the school teachers' pay and conditions document. And this is so that we can deliver very much that core offer to all state schools, but without a ceiling.
And is the Minister prepared to commit to work with the school leaders, both the ones here today and others, to generate that amendment so that they are all satisfied with where we end up?
So we are in close consultation with all of the the stakeholders that we have been collaborating with on making sure we can create the best framework of legislation that will deliver opportunity for all children, and we'll continue to do so.
And can I be just clear, the only amendment that we'll be seeing from the government on some of the issues we talked about today is on pay, nothing on clause 43 or QTS or national curriculum. I don't, if the answer to that is no, you're not planning an amendment on that, that's fine. I just wondered if the Minister had been persuaded by any of the things, particularly around clause 43, and whether it was a bit too untrammelled in its current form and didn't necessarily reflect the intent as put down in the notes.
So I can respond to the Honourable Gentleman on the new power in section 43 that he has raised a number of times today, because it will provide the Secretary of State with a more proportionate and flexible remedy where it's really important to address quite a narrow or specific breach of unreasonable behaviour within an academy trust. And I can give you an example as to why this is necessary, because at the moment existing intervention powers require the Department for Education to use a termination warning notice and subsequently a termination notice, and that's not always necessary or appropriate when dealing with an isolated breach of a legal duty.
I understand the sense of that.
We need a proportionate response, and that needs to be framed.
I think on that front we're in agreement. My question is just whether the Honourable Lady would be prepared to limit that to schools' actual duties rather than just anything that the Secretary of State sees fit to direct them to do. That's the worry. It's not an in-principle objection to it. It is the problem that it's just so untrammelled, and I don't know whether she'd consider listening to the point that was made on that.
So, I mean, are you talking about a point that you've made on that, or on a point,
it was a point that David made in his evidence on it, and I thought he made a good point.
So obviously we'll listen to legitimate concerns on that, but at the moment our view is it's a much more proportionate way of dealing with breaches that may be in the case of an academy, and so that we can avoid disruption to children where there's another way of dealing with a breach by an academy of a legal requirement within the legislation.
Thank you. And just one last point, just zooming back a bit in terms of a few different witnesses called for a kind of vision for where the system is going, and they had imputed a sort of what the government's vision was from the contents of the bill. I thought it was very interesting, and I just wondered what Minister's view was of what had gone wrong in Wales, because obviously in Wales a lot of the different academy freedoms were never taken up, academies not put in place, league tables were abolished, all the different sort of, it was effectively a natural experiment going the opposite direction to England. And the IFS report, Major Challenges for Education in Wales, is incredibly damning about what's happened there as a result. And I just, in terms of the government's overall theory, in terms of its overall vision that it's trying to enact in this bill, I'm just curious about why ministers think things have gone so wrong in Wales. Why have things gone so backwards? Why is the IFS report so damning?
So I'm conscious that other members of the committee might want to actually ask about the legislation.
I think
I'm happy to set out our overarching
I think
vision.
given the shortage of time, this is moving a little bit further away from the legislation than perhaps we should allow. Well, can we move on then? Munira Wilson, please.
I just wanted to start big picture and then a couple of specifics. I think it's become clear through some of the evidence sessions today that in terms of the priorities and challenges facing schools today, first of all, it feels like some leaders have been a bit blindsided by the provisions in the schools part of this bill, but also they're not really tackling the biggest challenges, which is the SEND system in crisis and a children's mental health crisis, and perhaps tackling problems that some leaders don't feel are there. Could you explain why you've decided to go for these measures as opposed to the areas that union leaders, school leaders and children are telling us is what we really need to be focusing on? And arguably recruitment and retention is another crisis area, and some of these measures could actually hinder recruitment and retention.
So I would point blank refute your last assertion on the basis that any measures that are in this bill are very much intended, as I've set out, to tackle some of the challenges with recruitment and retention. And obviously we are absolutely committed to making sure not only do we have the teaching professionals that we need within our schools, but that they are suitably qualified, and that we drive those high and rising standards, because we know that excellent teaching and leadership in school, a curriculum that's built on high standards and a shared knowledge, is that system that will break down those barriers that are holding children back. On the specifics that you raise about in relation to mental health and other challenges within the school system, we are very alive to these issues. I'm conscious I've done all the talking so far, so I don't know if you want to come in on that point, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, so just to echo my ministerial colleague, I mean, this is a landmark bill and we're really pleased to be bringing it forward so quickly into the new government's term, and we're really looking forward to working with all members as we get into the detail of the clauses in the coming weeks. On mental health, you'll be very aware of what we set out in our manifesto in terms of the commitment to recruit 8,500 new mental health professionals, to introduce dedicated mental health support in every school, and our Young Future Hub programme. We take extremely seriously our commitments around mental health because we know it can be so often a barrier to behaviour and attendance at school. So whilst not specifically in the bill, we will be bringing forward obviously further measures to support children and young people around their mental health.
Yeah. And I would include SEND as well as being quite missing, but I'm conscious of time. The Children's Commissioner, in her email to members of the Bill Committee last night, said we need to see impact assessment and children's rights assessment. When can we expect to see those?
So there is more work to do in terms of presenting the impact assessment to the committee. It's currently with the regulatory committee, but obviously we acknowledge that this is information that should be brought before the committee, and we will do so as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay. And specifically on the children, on the register of children not in school and the powers that you're giving to local authorities to deny parents the right to homeschool, can I just go back to some of the questions I asked witnesses earlier? Why have you put such an onerous list of items of information that you want from parents? Do you really need that to be able to operate an effective register? And why, given the state of SEND provision in our state sector, is it right that you are giving local authorities the power to say no to a parent who doesn't feel their child's needs are being met in a special school and wishes to withdraw them? Will you reconsider that, given the concerns from parents who send children?
Okay, so I mean, there's an awful lot of questions in there. I'm not sure whether we have time to address them all, but obviously our fundamental approach to this is that all children have the right to a safe and suitable education, whether they're educated at school or otherwise, and we have given quite significant consideration and consultation on the with stakeholders on how to get the balance right between having a proportionate approach to ensuring that where children are not in school, that local authorities can be assured that they are receiving a high standard of education, which obviously every child deserves, but they don't make any changes to a parent's ability to educate their child and we absolutely support their right to do that. And obviously the information that will be required in order to make those determinations has been very carefully thought through, but obviously there will be the opportunity to discuss all of this in great detail during committee stage, and obviously whilst I do reject the Honourable Lady's framing of this as because I think it's absolutely right that we have the provisions in place to make sure that every child is safe, and we have a duty to do so.
And just on the point around registers, worth saying that we will be engaging with stakeholders to ensure that any burdens the registers impose on parents are minimalised, and also worth adding that we will consult on statutory guidance to support local authorities and schools to implement these measures in a proportionate way. I think we've heard today from the witnesses how strong those measures will be and what difference they can make.
Thank you.
Right, just some brief questions now coming from the few members I can now call to get in further questions. Katharine Atkinson.
To ask how you think this bill will help stop children falling through the net and how it can help support families in the cost of living crisis with the costs associated with school.
two quite big issues there. Do you want to start on saving costs?
Yeah, I mean, as we've heard today, too many children are growing up in poverty in our country, and that's why it's really important that the ministerial task force concludes later this year in terms of what actions can be taken forward. 1 in 4 children are now in absolute poverty as of 2023, and that's why I'm so pleased with so many measures that will make a big difference to children's lives up and down the country. Take breakfast clubs. We know it's good for attainment, it's good for behaviour, it's good for attendance. We know it will put £450 per child per year back in the pockets of parents, but also bring real benefits to children. More broadly, obviously, the commitments around uniform limit, as we've heard today, I think will make a real difference, saving the average parent £50 as well. So a series of measures in the bill that I think will make a real difference in the cost of living challenges that parents up and down the country are facing. Thank you for the question.
And I mean, in terms of keeping children safe, I know this is an area that you've spent a lot of time working in and have spoken about. Clearly, the children not in school registers will be a really important step, and this has had cross-party support in this house for quite some time. And also, we will have the single unique identifier so that we have that way of making sure that the information about a child does not fall through the gaps and that a child does not fall through the safety gap in terms of making sure that we can ensure children are safe. And then there are a whole raft of changes to make sure that multi-agency working is really embedded in our approach to safeguarding, and obviously measures to try and keep children within the family unit wherever that is possible, and strengthen the approach to kinship care. And obviously we've also put funding in place to support local kinship care arrangements, and trialling better information being available. So there are a whole range of measures, and clearly that is a big priority for us in this legislation.
David Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Best. I'm conscious of the great shortness of time, but it's really like 2 bills, this bill. The children's social care section and the school section. Were there discussions about making it 2 separate bills? So you could have pressed on at all speed with the social care material, which has been around for quite a long time, and some was in the 2022 bill. It would have enabled you to have had a green paper, a white paper, pre-legislative scrutiny, and perhaps to have addressed some more of the questions that arise up front.
So, I mean, I appreciate the premise of the Right Honourable Gentleman's question. I appreciate he is very experienced in this place, and he has had the experience of being in government for quite some time and having the opportunity to do all of those things and make the changes that are necessary. Obviously, we wanted to move as fast as we could to make the impact we need and know that children need to see, particularly in safeguarding, but also to ensure that we have the changes that have been long thought through, to be able to make those to our school system, to be able to support our opportunity mission and make sure that every child has every opportunity to succeed, and we break down those barriers. So we are admittedly we are not going to lose any time in making the changes that we want to see, and obviously we've had the opportunity in terms of parliamentary time allocated to us, and it's very important that we use it. We're a government on a mission, and we have a lot of things to do.
Thanks, Katharine. Thank you.
Lizzie Collins.
We're about child protection, and I think they've been covered. Thank
Amanda
you.
Martyn. I'm told we have a minute, so very quick question, very quick answer.
Okay, thank you. How will the bill support local partnerships? We've heard from Sir John Coles, we've also heard from Church of England, Catholic Education Service and others about collaboration. So how will the bill support local partnerships to work together more effectively to prevent children falling behind?
So the Honourable Lady raises a very important point, and it's very much at the heart of what we want to try and achieve in terms of our changes to the school, and because we really want to ensure that every child has a good school place, every parent can be confident that their child will be taught by a qualified teacher, that they will be within their local mainstream school wherever possible, being educated with their peers, and that no vulnerable child falls through the cracks, and if they're not in school, that we know where they are. And obviously the changes that we're making on admissions are really important to make sure that all the schools in a local area have that collaboration with their local authority on place planning, on admissions, to make sure that we can really deliver on that vision.
And that brings us to the end of today's session. So the committee will meet again at 11:30am on Thursday, 23rd of January, to begin line-by-line consideration of the bill. I invite the Government Whip to move the adjournment. That's what you're here for. Come on. Right. The question is that further consideration of the bill be now adjourned. As many as have been say aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order.